Why don't I stop the stream? All right, let's see. Okay, all right. Bang, bang, bang. Hey, there you go. Half baked, half baked. All right, let's see. One, two. Get that off. Get that off of there. This here. This chat overlay. Properties. Change URL. Okay. All right. Let's see if that works. He's so unprofessional. Simply unprofessional. He's so bad he never gets studio. He's simply unprofessional. He's so bad he never gets OBS studio. He's simply unprofessional. Oh, and then I broke that too. Dang. Oh, cancel. Can't. Who canceled? Oh, wrong one. There we go. Oh, thanks, Cat. Yeah, so OBS crashed. She's so fine. You never. And I wonder why. I'm guessing it started streaming a bunch of crap to YouTube because YouTube actually ended the stream. I mean, and like the software crashed. It shut down, and it said, "Do you want to start back in safe mode?" And I said safe mode, safe mode. I said your safe mode. Take your safe mode and shove it right up your right up your. Okay, let's see. Can what are these things called? Media source. Play a media source with hotkeys OBS. What? Oh, bang. I didn't even realize that. Start streaming, stop streaming. Okay, find your media source. Oh, wow, there's a lot. Okay, so you need to find shake. Filter by shake. Okay, so this is vertical Chrome. Okay, show. What? Oh, dang it. What's going on, Space Cowgirl? I figured it out. Hold on, watch this. So if I go here and then I go to, oh, hopefully I don't have to reset it. I go to settings, go to hotkeys, filter by, okay, vertical Chrome, vertical full. Vertical Chrome, vertical full. Oh, I have it twice in there? Wow. Okay, so now, oh, there it goes. So now, if I do this, oh, that don't work either. Huh. Ah, piece of crap. Piece of crap. Pizza crap. Pizza crap. All right. What's going on? All right, pizza crap. Select stream. All right, that was off, obviously. Hmm. Okay, cream reverse burger. Okay. No way. Ah, there it is. Okay. All right. Now I got it. Now I got it. Now it should work anywhere. Now it should work anywhere. Maybe. We'll see. Son of a. So it doesn't work. Okay. Stupid piece of crap. Do you know why they're screaming at the top of your lungs? Uh, what's going on? Do you know why they say be there or be square? No, I don't know that. I mean, I know that they do say it, but to be square means to be a nerd. So I guess it means be there or you're a nerd. Like the last one to jump in the pool is gay. So yeah, I guess I did know it. Never mind then. Be there or be square definition. Yeah, square is uncool. If you should attend an event to avoid being considered boring or uncool. Please tell us. Please tell us what's wrong with the word cheese. He had something from under him. Out of touch or unhip. Be there or be square. If you aren't there, you're around. You aren't around. That's funny. Oh, that didn't work. Why didn't that work? Oh, broke it again. Huh. Okay. Right. Why does it have an asterisk by it? Oh, okay. Okay. I think I just figured it out. Yeah. All right. Cool. Now I got it figured out. So now no matter where I'm at, I can say, son of a, this piece of, I hate this. Oh, I forgot to move it. Oh, okay. All right. This is on here twice. This has got to go away. Okay. All right. I'm working on it. Discord. So I don't need that. I don't need that. Oh, where was I? Here. Shake. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's get this. Oops. Okay. Yeah, yeah, right. It's definitely called it. Son of a Moogle. Yeah, sorry about that. I was gonna get it. Um, there we go. Now everything will be cool. Oh, man, it's
Loud.
loud. All right, so let me make sure because I got everything broken. So this is that's good. I don't know what this is. Take that off. Take this off. Uh, leave that on. Oh, take that off. Okay. Discord we need. Leave photos on there. It's fine. Discord, Chrome, Audio Lab, Chat. Yeah. Well, okay. I apologize. There we go. We're back in black. We're here close to autograph. All right. All right. So now we're gonna do.
Why did he mute? Is he broken?
I don't think so. I don't think I'm muted. My butthole just tooted. Didn't smell like fruit. It smelled like rotten egg.
SSE of SSE of SSE of SSE of SSE WRE 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 of bog SSE.
Bam. I don't know what that means. Okay, there we go. All right. All right. Why is ND so awesome? Why is Andy so awesome? Oh, look, it says ND beats can refer to the music of Notre Dame. Or you're spelling it wrong and it's no beat. ND beat. All right, we should be.
No beat beats.
No, be beat. Oh, damn it. No, beat.
You're such a dipstick.
Dipstick. If Cat had a dipstick, her car would be working. What the?
That S it moo cow. Prepare to close combat.
Oh, prepare for close combat.
Richard, don't kick me while I'm down.
Sorry, Cat. Cat, you know, it happens
Even though
to
the
us
dipstick
when
had
we
nothing to
have
do
things
with it
that are
lol.
hard to kill We end up killing them hard. Kill them hard. Right, yeah. They call me Dipstick.
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
What about how we kill hard?
Hard to kill. Kill it hard. Like when they say, oh, there's something like that. Cooter's
Do you
Garage. Hell
recall
yeah,
Cooter's
dude.
Garage?
Cooter's Garage from not Andy, but from Dukes of Hazzard, right? No, hold on. Not who had Cooter? Cooter's Garage. Cooter's Automotive Shop. What TV show? Dukes of Hazzard. Yeah. Hazard
Are you
County.
basically just trying to say that we're tenacious and resilient?
That's exactly right. Tenacious and resilient. Cooter's Place is what it was called. Let's go
Technology.
down to Cooter's Place.
Okay, cool. Meow.
Where's the Cooter's Place?
Cooter's.
Cooters. Meow. Technologia. Wow, look at all the frickin' wackadoos out in front of Cooter's Place. Oh, that's cool too. Oh, they've got a freaking wackadoo inside of it. They've got a what's the thing called? What's the car called? What? And it's a 1969 Dodge Charger, but what's the name of the car?
https://youtube.com/mcyru.tcsi00nuqk0yglftr. I worked on this farm the whole day. At least let me have a couple of strawberries.
Dude, I had no idea this is where it was from.
حبيبي اسحب للأعلى الستائر. لا. تكنولوجيا.
I worked on this. I worked on this farm the whole day. At least let me hold on. I worked on this farm the whole day. At least let me have a couple of strawberries. Technologia.
Someone asked me, what's your biggest...
Damn, mother keeps whooping my ass because I used the credit card to buy the fucking battle pass. I'd be running like my father when he left when I was 6. I get my ass beat up and then thrown in the attic. Like, damn.
You keep blaming yourself. It's okay to fall.
That's freaking awesome. There you go.
It's okay to say, Lord, I did my.
They done let them baby niggas in Ontario. I got my brother with.
If you're a small content
Look
creator,
at that.
use this sound to gain at least 100 new subscribers. Don't believe me? Try it yourself.
Shut up.
Hey, folks don't be liking when you come to your senses. You liked me better when I was confused, loyal, and ignoring red flags. Then I had to realize growth gon' always look like disrespect to people who was benefiting off your old self. Hey, your peace gon' cost you some people. Pay it in full.
Wow. Dang. Look at the big old truck nuts. You see the size of the balls on this thing? Jeez. That's freaking huge. undercarriage base for the haters. Why are you looking at the ball? Because, dude.
Why are you looking at the balls?
You want to explain what's going on here?
Just heading home, man.
Is there
Yeah,
something we don't know?
Car full of Thanksgiving dinner. There's a whole fried
Oh,
turkey in
look
your
at that.
passenger seat.
Yes, sir.
Ham in the back, mac and cheese, greens.
My aunt cooked it all up.
Copy that. This. Yes, sir. You want to explain what's going
So this is how I started.
How you miss me? You had me.
When God wants to make a man powerful, he don't crown him first, he breaks him.
That's right.
First,
That's right. First you get broken, then you get reborn.
he strips. This one's.
Let's listen to it.
When God wants to make a man powerful, he don't crown him first, he breaks him. First, he strips away your comfort, your pride, your plans, till
Right.
all that's left is what's real. That ain't punishment, that's training. See, pain don't come to destroy you, it comes to stretch what's weak inside you. So you can carry the weight of your destiny, every bad day, every betrayal, every heartbreak. That's God molding you piece by piece. And you don't grow in comfort, you grow in chaos. The pressure that's breaking you now, that's the same pressure that'll make you unstoppable.
Bam.
So when you're down on your knees thinking it's over, it ain't the end, it's the rebuild.
Bam.
Most people quit when it hurts. But the chosen ones, they walk through the fire till their purpose starts glowing. Every tear, every trial, every sleepless night is proof that God ain't done yet. If you agree with me, this one's pretty.
Plato thought that debate.
I park in handicapped spaces while handicapped people make handicapped faces.
What? What? I park in handicapped spaces while handicapped people make handicapped. Oh, right. Is there something we don't know about looking at the balls? I'm a ball watcher. Yeah, a ball watcher. Like watching them swing along while I sing.
Have you seen this video?
I was literally with a girl chat that I used to do content with, and it led up to more than just content, and it led up to like almost doing the dude. But chat, I had amazing self-control, and I ain't gonna lie, chat, I pushed that girl off me, bro. You feel me?
Bro.
I pushed her off me, bro. But it almost led to that, but I did not wanna have that feeling afterwards that I let God down and I was being lustful and I failed God's test. I looked at her as a test, bro. I feel like God really be testing me, like. Even when it's a girl throwing herself at me or whatever the case may be,
throwing a freaking wackadoodle stinking noodle at you.
No, I can't do it. That girl was not my girlfriend. She was not my wife. I didn't have like no strong feelings towards her, and I didn't know if my future would be certain with that girl. So I pushed her off, bro. I did not do it. You feel me? Even though she was throwing herself at me, whoopty whoop. I told her I can't do it.
Whoopie whoop. I can't do it. And then she'll be like, what do you mean? You rejected me? You rejected my advances? You can't do that. You're a man. Young Mooch. That's Young Mooch. Almost caught a sin. She was trying to get it in, but his ding was too thin. She said it was like a pin.
Things I'm asking you, don't rely on ChatGPT for everything. It might give you answers, but it can't give you understanding. Try Coke AI instead. It teaches you how to think, how to learn, how to be better. That's kind of right.
Because I don't fuck with nobody. Yeah, I don't fuck with nobody, like at all, nobody. So it's very simple. I stay at my house.
That's me.
My little puppy I just got.
If you ain't ready to put 5 as CIO.
Hey, it's Internet Watcher.
This one's pretty.
Not according to. It turns out that you have to.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. That looks like something Andy would do.
You sat and did nothing.
Do you recall the last time you sat and did nothing? Yeah, dude, today at some point. Maybe.
The front. And then she said,
Do your health a favor and
No way. Is that freaking Kai Cenat?
I want my money back. You keep blaming yourself for what.
Look at that freaking redneck couple. Oh, dude. He could have killed. You see the beer fall out.
cut it off, cut it off, cut it off, cut it off.
How did they flip it? Probably.
Do you recall Ginger Billy?
Look at this. She's standing. That could have rolled over on her and killed the shit out of her.
Get out, here. Cut it off, cut it off, cut it off, cut it off.
This is what happens when you listen to rap music and drive. Ginger Billy. No, Ginger Billy. Oh, yeah. Yes. We watched him yesterday. I think it was with the OnlyFans. The two brothers, Hawaii twins, family twins. What are they called? Island Boys. Ginger Billy. Yeah. I'm a redneck boy, and I'm trying to make it.
Island boy, and I've been trying to make. I'm a redneck boy, and I'm from the country. I got a lot of chickens, and they all love me. I'm a redneck boy, yeah, I'm a redneck.
Freaking Ginger Billy. Redneck boy lyrics, people search. I'm a redneck boy, I got a lot of chickens.
Do you recall the Little Johnstons?
Maybe. No, I don't think so. Little Johnsons. Oh, yes, I absolutely remember. Yep, I do. 7 Little Johnsons, yeah. So crazy. Hair in the mouth, dude. It's rough,
Hair in
brother.
the mouth is the worst.
It is rough. It's so uncomfortable. I got hair in the mouth because I went south. I licked on the... Oh, shut up, Richard. Liz and Bryce are still together. Oh, they pronounced they separated 2024 with Liz discussing the emotional reasons for their split. However, they reconciled after the birth of their daughter. Isn't that good?
I hate hair in the mouth.
I hate hair in the mouth. Hair in the mouth. So, if you've never seen someone grow hair on their gums, you're in for a treat. Growing hair on the gums. I know this looks like AI, but it's not. You can grow hair in your gums.
Nope, I'm gonna look away.
Eyelash-like hairs.
Disgusting.
Yeah, dude, it's crazy. It's so crazy, dude. That is so crazy. All right. Oops, I clicked on it. Journal of Skin and Sexually Transmitted Diseases. All right, I blame frickin' Space Cow for for doing the recalling, and I blame ND for bringing up hair in the mouth. Yeah, dude, it's disgusting. Alicia slid in. Slid in, Alicia. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, girl, it's freaking crazy.
Nasty.
What up,
Do
Lizzie?
you recall when you had a mustache with handlebars?
Hi.
I
have a picture probably of the most facial hair I've ever grown, and I never grew it longer than like maybe, I don't know, a quarter of an inch. Yeah, and that probably took me 30 years. What up, Lizzie? Let's say hi to Alicia, and then say hi to... I freaking broke it. I'm an island boy, and I'm trying to make
Hi,
it.
Lizzie.
There we go. Bam, Alicia. What up, Alicia? What up, Liz? Lizzie Fit. Lizzie F1T. They call me Lizzie Fit. What's going on, all the peoples? All the peoples in my steeples. I'm an island boy, and I'm trying to make it. An island... Oh, jeez.
HTTPS YouTube
It is gonna be a big
IR 7
cleanup.
of
It is gonna be a big
SIBZ DMNB 6 SAM2.
It took crews longer than anticipated to find the crack in the 64-year-old pipeline. I'm standing here with Fred, who says he was greatly impacted by the gushing of oil. Can you tell us a little more of what you saw?
I sure can. I was sitting on my front porch, grabbed a beer, and fuck her right in the pussy.
Back
Like, it's disgusting.
Oh, shit. Oh, my brain. Oh. Dang it, Space Cow. Oh, man. Okay. All right. Superhero dogs. Dogs who saved people's lives. Said, what the?
I finally made him crack.
Uh-oh, this looks fun.
This 5-month-old puppy saved an...
Why does it... Oh, span.
entire village in India by alerting them to an oncoming disaster just before it destroyed the entire village. On June 30th, just before 1 a.m., the village of Siati was asleep as torrential monsoon rains poured down outside. Given that June is monsoon season in the region, that in itself wasn't entirely unusual. But Rocky the puppy could tell something wasn't right and everyone needed to know. He started barking and howling frantically, managing to wake up Lalit Kumar, who was asleep on the floor above him. Kumar says that Rocky was making the most unusual sounds, nothing like his typical barking, which got his attention quickly. When he got up to investigate, he saw a crack in the wall with water seeping in, and that's when he knew that something was seriously wrong. Kumar quickly woke up his family and told them to run to higher ground. Then he ran through the village, knocking on the doors of all 20 families, telling them to do the same. All 67 people and Rocky made it up the hill to safety. And just moments later, a massive landslide flattened nearly a dozen homes in the village. And severely damaged the rest. The survivors are staying at a nearby temple, and while they lost a lot, they all know they would have lost a lot more without Rocky. So at only 5 months old, and only a couple months after his adoption, Rocky is already a legend in the village of Siati. I'm Jen, and I post something An 86-year-old woman spent nearly an hour injured and stranded in the darkness after falling on a late-night walk. And if it weren't for an unexpected four-legged hero named Eeyore, she might not have gotten the help she needed in time. Deputy Devin Miller responded to a 911 call from a distraught husband in Shalimar, Florida, who explained through tears that his wife had been gone for over an hour after taking the dog for a walk.
She just takes that dog, but she never takes more than 10 or 15 minutes. It's almost an hour now. It's over an hour now.
Did you make
Deputy
him crack?
Miller immediately began searching the dark neighborhood, driving slowly through the residential streets. And all of a sudden, she gasped as a large dog ran straight up to her patrol
Can I have
car.
some?
Hi, baby. Where's your mama? Hi. Hi, where's your mama? Where's your mommy?
Without hesitation,
https
Eeyore turned and
YouTube
began leading the
chbi
deputy
9 u
through a
8
front
SIRO
yard,
83
beside a
E7
home, and onto a
CKQ4
sidewalk near a golf
WLHNZ.
course. Within moments, Deputy Miller found the missing woman lying there, alert and conscious, but unable to move. In a location she likely wouldn't have been spotted until morning, if not for Eeyore. The woman was overcome with
Eeyore saved the damn day.
Eric, they stole 21 cars. Can you believe that?
What? 21 cars? What? They could have gave me a car. 21 cars? What they gonna do? How they gonna drive 21 cars?
At once.
Right. That's crazy. They ought to be ashamed of themselves. I've been telling these folks, man, you need to get your life together. 21 cars? Where you gonna park all them cars at? You can't do it. I don't know what's going on with these folks. These folks need to get themselves together out here. It's too hot to be driving 21 cars.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's too much gas money. How you gonna use all them cars? That's crazy. I hope they find them 21 cars though.
Smack a hole, smack a hole. Freaking Eeyore saved the day, man. Okay.
He has all the keys under his hat.
Julie Bonovich joins us live,
https
and
YouTube
Julie,
VSMLP 8PXS4 SIPZWS1 Dway JCQKCR8. Do you remember Arby's guy?
Arby's guy.
David Glenda, they just finished boarding up the window pane and part of the wall here. This is a very busy Arby's. It sits right here in Woodward, in Royal Oak, near 13 Mile Road. So as you can imagine, there were quite a few people inside at the time.
The big window went pop, and there was just glass everywhere. That was the loudest bang I had ever heard. It sounded like an explosion.
I thought perhaps the end of days was upon us, but it turned out it was just a disoriented old lady in a champagne-colored Toyota Avalon, crashing into my world like DMB circa 1996. Who's got their claws in you, my friend? Into your heart I'll beat again.
Just before 2 p.m., an elderly woman drove into the side of the restaurant while trying to park her car.
I turned around. A little old lady had stepped on the gas instead of the brake and ran into the restaurant.
She hit 3 people who were sitting down and eating inside. They were thrown 8 to 10 feet.
I saw their bodies tossed skyward, like ragdolls thrown into the air by the late, great Andre the Giant. I don't know. They appeared to be weightless, hitting zero-G like the fearless crew of a forgotten Apollo mission, whose only objective was to obtain a beef and cheddar classic and return home to Kathleen Quinlan safe before sundown. I don't know. Part of me wishes I'd been hit by that car instead, so I could have gotten out of work early and gone far, far away from shift manager Masha's judging emerald eyes. No, I didn't wash my shirt in between shifts, Masha. So what if I smell like roast beef? This whole place smells like roast beef.
The fire department transported all three to the hospital and tell us that the man and two women who are in their 30s and 40s appear to have non-life-threatening injuries. As for the woman driving the car,
a look of elderly bloodlust spread across her wrinkled face, and it made me dare to think perhaps this was no accident. Perchance she was compelled to steer her beige battering ram into the house that Beef built, driven not by force of this earth, but of an earth below. An earth that mirrors ours in almost every way, except the reflections are so much darker that many miles down. Some know the reflected realm to be the netherworld.
He had the cheddar Arby's burger with extra mushrooms.
Others know it as the abyss. I know it as the shadow zone.
He looks like a chubby Tom Cruise.
World where the blackness of our sin stares
Look at
back
his
at us
eyes.
and merely laughs. Ha 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 ha. A world where God's law governs no man. A world where there is no literal or figurative Mr. Belvedere given any authority
He
to
looks
teach us
like
right
an
from wrong.
AI chubby Tom
And given
Cruise.
leathery wings charred like brisket to soar high above the judgment of the well-pressed, dry-clean, shift-managing elite. A world where I am elevated to my true pagan animal form and I take flight, known only as the winged demon, Dead Dreadmore. And I fly high above the puritanical regime, anointed by the oil of our beast lord, singing, I'm the king of the castle, and you're the dirty rascal. Crash into me, crash into me.
The crazy thing, this was before AI LOL.
Yeah.
I don't know. Arby's is pretty cool.
Dude, he looks so much like Tom Cruise. Chubby Tom Cruise. Yeah, if we had a facial hair. Yeah, so this basically, this right there, if you put facial hair on that guy right there, man, that's crazy.
the fire department tells me that they didn't treat the woman driving the car here on scene or take her to the hospital, that somebody...
Well, you know, freaking what she's doing after this show. She's like, you are the most amazing performer I've ever seen. You took this disaster and turned it into art. Take me.
else drove her home. The Royal Oak Police Department tells me they're still investigating, so they can't comment on whether or not they're issuing her a ticket. And of course, as you can see, this Arby's right here on Woodward closed for the rest of the night. We're live in Royal Oak. Julie Bonovich, 7 Action.
That's so, I've never... So I'm guessing he edits himself in.
They're coming to take me away, haha, they're coming to take me away, ho ho hee hee haha, to the funny farm where life is beautiful all the time.
I don't recall that either. They're coming to take me away to the funny farm where life is beautiful all the time. Oh, I never saw it. I never seen it. Novelty record by Jerry Samuels. I never heard it. I never. This has never crossed my path that I've. 1966. Let's see here. I do not recall.
You don't recall.
I don't recall. Yeah, that was crazy, Alicia.
I'm disappointed.
Stand in line, my friend. Stand in line.
https YouTube BQI tug FFGGSI 4QAXKNAH 5GCGRNT9.
Let's see.
The oldest internet meme I remember, LOL.
Oh, yeah, this was good. All your base belong to us.
What happened? Someone set up us the bug. We get signal. What? Main screen turn on. It's you.
How are you, gentlemen?
All your base are belong to us. You are on the way to destruction.
What
you say? You have no chance to survive, mate. Your time. Ha ha ha.
Do you recall Sega Genesis?
All your base are belong to us. All your base, all your base are belong to us. All your base,
Oh, Sega Genesis was great.
all your base are belong to us. All your base, all your base are belong to us. All your base, all your base are belong to us. All your base,
Sega Genesis was the best.
Yeah, this is freaking no. This was look 19 years ago, 8.3 million views. Man, Zucchini did a doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Oh, 500 views, not 1,000 views, 1,000 views, 3,000 views. Let's see, most popular. Oh, your base are belong to us. Yeah, okay, so yeah, oh. Roller Coaster Tycoon and all your base belong to us. Oh, your base. Oh, your base belong to us. Yeah, Sega Genesis rocked the socks. Stock rocking. Altered Beast, Sega Genesis. This was my favorite game on Genesis. Oh, your base belong to us. Dude, the Genesis was just freaking so fly. Like those guys, man. The freaking wackadoo graphics. When you converted. Yeah, it was just they were just great. They were this was the way it should have been done from the beginning. And then I don't know what happened in their business acumen, but yeah, they destroyed it. 1992. Press fire to begin. Remember Neo Geo? Neo Geo for TurboGrafx 16. There's TurboGrafx 16. They used cards instead of cartridges.
Sega.
Sega.
Do you remember Red Alert?
Red Alert, Sega Genesis. No, I don't. Is this it? It says Command and Conquer. Yes, I do. I do remember it. I do remember. Yeah, hold on. Dang it. Yes, I do remember it now. Yes, absolutely. Oh, your base. Oh, your base. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I do remember it. Because it was like Risk. The board game Risk. Do you remember that, Alicia? I don't know how old you are or how young you are. The board game Risk.
Command and Conquer Red Alert music video hits different LOL.
Yeah, here's Risk. Oh, your base. Oh, your base. Oh, you belong to us. I wonder if I can see. Command and Conquer Red Alert music video.
Do you recall your first game console?
The first I owned was an Atari 2600. Yeah,
Turning 31 soon.
Space Cows 21 and ND is 30 and I'm 48. I'll be 49 January 10th. Oh, your base. I belong to us.
I'm sitting in the railway station, got a ticket for my destination.
Oh. This is just the part. Back before the fattening. Dun, 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 dun. Look at the freaking booty shorts she's wearing. She says, if I'm gonna kill. Do you recall?
Do you recall when you bought your first home?
Yeah. I do recall. I was in Baltimore, Maryland. Before I came here 15 years ago. But yeah, don't buy a home. If you're not married, don't buy a home. It's so stupid. Okay. Let me change that. If you want kids and want to be married at some point in your life, don't buy a home. Yeah, there's a whole thing. If you want to know why, you can ask why. But if you don't, I'm not going to talk
As
about
you
it.
can tell, I was a tomboy when I was growing up. I never liked Barbie dolls and I preferred playing outside or playing video games with my older brother.
And you're lucky you're 30, because if you were 15 now, they'd tell you that you need to get on hormones. And okay, so the thing's crazy about us is back in the day they called girls that didn't like dolls tomboys. Now they say they're wackadoos. So crazy. Man, I loved tomboy girls. Like it was the greatest. My next door neighbor was a tomboy girl, and she was the whole girl next door thing, relationship, like all that. And yeah, like she wasn't afraid to play Naked Twister. But yeah, it's unfortunate that people are told that yeah. I love it. I loved it. I loved it. It was great. Oh, your base. I belong to us. Look at this. She says, don't shoot. Red Alert 3. Wow, they're still making this. That was 2011. Command and Conquer
yeah,
titles.
That's another way you're not perfect talking to Chi about playing Naked Twister.
What? What did I miss here? Oh yeah, that's ND. That's not way you're not perfect. Oh yeah, right.
https youtube.com shorts 90 fumimfsk sisgav 47 qvwqf4uc0
2010, 11. Okay, no. So 2011, I guess, was the last time they made one. Oh, your base. I belong to us.
I seen this LGBT wrench set over there. Politically, it's pretty cool, What is the price on this thing?
$29.99.
Mama Teresa's testicles, $29.99.
Yeah, $31.79 with tax.
You don't have any discounts?
Not tonight.
I mean, how often do you come across
I
a
feel
gay
for the
wrench
girls
set? It's not
nowadays. A
common.
younger girl that I became friends
Oh,
with
really? You guys
transitioned
wouldn't
and she
take, like, $10
completely
cash
regretted
for it?
it. She
Nope.
transitioned
12
in
bucks cash?
2020 and she is detransitioning now. LOL.
We're talking cash. I can't.
I feel the girl. I feel for the girls nowadays. A younger girl that become friends with yeah, 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 yeah,
Not
yeah.
LOL.
So
Sorry.
now, I get you. I get you. Now, it's absolutely crazy. So, if you want to know, I was in marketing, media, movie industry for years, and so I had a lot of people around me that were convinced that they were trans, and the thing is that you it's so easy when people are entering puberty and they start to get testosterone or estrogen and they don't know what's going on because their body's changing. Most people, I think it's like more than 75% of people that have body dysmorphia grow out of it in puberty. So that's why they've got the puberty blocker. So that as you're getting there and you're like, oh my goodness, I think I might be trans. They're like, okay, let's keep you at that in this frame of mind, but until we can start get you to age that we can start. The average trans person that gets medicalized spends 1.7 million in a lifetime on medical care. The average non-trans person spends 20,000. So the more people they can convince they can convince that they're trans, though they're making a lot of money. So yeah, it's absolutely crazy. And like people talked about it openly and stuff in liberal circles, and it's absolutely horrible. It's absolutely horrible. And yeah, people go through some rough stuff. And it's like it doesn't help like BBLs and butt pads and slim trainers or whatever they're called. Like you get influencers that do
Yeah, I
all
was a
this
bit
all this
brainwashed,
stuff.
but my boyfriend changed my viewpoint about it.
Good. And I'm okay. I'm gonna say something about this too. Single people make horrible decisions, men or women. If you're in a relationship with somebody you know that cares about you, and they say, honey, this is a little screwed up, and here's why, you're more likely to listen to them. If not, then you can't just have John Doe off the street be like, oh, this is wrong or this is wrong. And you'll be like, oh, yeah, burn in hell, And it's so the whole 17th wave feminist movement was to keep women single so that they would use whatever the local government or activist group said to take as their communication with somebody to figure things out. It's absolutely horrible. And that's what this is what the like you were a bit brainwashed. Imagine how many people are more than a bit brainwashed. And they just stay in their own bubbles, and they only date people that are also in those bubbles. They only, it's like, and it's self-fulfilling. Oh, you're base. Yeah, it's the thing is no one cares about the individual people. They don't care. Oh, trans kids, they don't care. They've got stock in the medical industries and the insurance industries that are making the money off of this. If they can say, "Oh, save the trans kids," then all of a sudden a lot more people are going to be like, "Oh, I'm trans. I'm going to go get a bunch of surgery and stuff," and then the market goes up. The stock goes up for those companies. It's all market manipulation. This is the big problem, and we'll pass it. We'll go on after this. The big problem is you got people in the government that feel that they are our rulers, And I'm not talking about the Trump King thing. I'm talking about even uh, um, senators and House of Representatives. They feel that they are our rulers, so they can see how many super rich people there are in the United States, and they're like, I rule you. I make the laws for you. So I should be rich. And then they do insider trading and stuff like that, which isn't illegal for them. And then they manipulate the market so that they can be rich because they don't have the talent to be rich. So they cheat the system and they screw up a lot of people. I mean, they've always done that. Where they wanted to get they wanted to get rich back in the day, so they would buy stock in armament companies, and then start wars, send a bunch of people's kids to die in a war. But because we have to make so many tanks and so many bullets and so many bombs, they make a lot of money on that, and people die. And it's the same thing. It's the same thing, just a different name. Oh, your base. I belong to us.
https UDBS
Bill C-16 purported to do nothing but extend human rights provisions to an excluded group, let's say, to the transgender and non-gender binary
This guy
types.
changed my mind.
And that was the federal legislation. It also made it a hate crime to discriminate or harass, essentially. So now then the question is, well, what exactly do you mean by discriminate or harass?
Right.
And why exactly is that a hate crime under the criminal code? Well, there was an answer to that. The answer was, well, this bill will be interpreted in light of the policies generated by the Ontario Human Rights Commission, very large set of policies. Now, the Ontario Human Rights Commission is a radically leftist organization. I think it's the most dangerous organization in Canada, although you could debate that. And they set all sorts of policies about how this legislation was going to be interpreted, and the federal government linked to their website to state that Bill C-16 would be interpreted in light of those guidelines.
The university
So I went and read all the
him.
policies.
Yeah.
Well, one of the policies was that if you didn't use the preferred pronouns of a given group, that you could be
I'm very
charged
familiar with
essentially
the
with a
term.
hate crime. And I thought, no,
Which
that's
given
no,
group is that? You're talking about transgender people.
yeah, and so there's all these pronouns that have come up. There's 70 different sets of pronouns approximately to hypothetically describe people who don't fit anywhere on the gender spectrum, which is also something that I don't really understand. I don't understand that conceptually. Like,
We'll come to that. But I just want
the
to hear
point
the
is,
story of this
well,
bill first.
okay, so now a person is compelled under Canadian law to use the pronoun of another individual's choice on pain of law. And I thought, well, no, that's not acceptable.
Right.
It's one thing to put limits on what a person can't say, like say with hate speech laws, which I
them
also
to
don't
say
agree
something.
with, by the way, but that's a different argument. I think it's a narrower argument. But to compel me to use a certain content when I'm formulating my thoughts or my actions under threat of legislative action, I thought, no, what's happened there is the government has introduced compelled speech legislation into the private sphere. It's never happened in the history of English common law. And so I said, there's no way I'm abiding by that. I don't care what your damn rationale is. We're compassionate. It's like, no, you're not. No, you're not. You're playing this radical collectivist left-wing game. You're trying to gain linguistic supremacy in the area of public discourse. You're doing that using compassion as a guise, and you're pulling the wool over people's eyes. And you're not going to do it with me.
If I was sitting here in front of you as a transgendered male to female or female to male, and we began the conversation at
I'm
the beginning
going
of
to
the
bed.
conversation, you stumbled.
All
and
right,
called
Good
me,
night, all.
he or she, and I was perhaps identifying the other way around. And then if I'd said to you, please, I'd rather go by she. How would you respond to that on a personal level? How would you?
Well, it would depend on the situation, but the way I have responded to that, because I've had a number of conversations with transgendered individuals, is that I use whatever pronoun seems to go along with the persona that they're projecting publicly. It's the simplest thing to do. Now, if we were,
So you would respect their choice on an individual level.
yeah, but with a more
I'm getting ready for my night shift.
contentious pronouns,
Why
je
not?
and jure, and that sort of thing. That's a whole different issue, because the question there is, well, exactly what is it that you're doing when you're asking me to use those words? Like, are you compelling me to play your particular ideological game, or is this actually a matter of some personal identity that's important to you? And those things are not obvious.
Right.
And so in a situation like that, the first thing I'd have to do is to try to figure out just exactly what was going on in the situation, and that's not simple. And so there would be no foregone conclusion that I would address you by the pronouns of your choice. And the first thing I'd want to find out is that just a narcissistic power play? Because that's actually the most likely outcome.
Absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. And the thing is, it's like there have been trans people for decades. My mother worked with a man that turned into a woman, and this was in the 90s, and there was no big deal. We called him, it's a girl name. It's when they started adding all the other bullshit, like he was saying the Zemzer, Zers, Izers, and all that. That's just basically like saying, hey, look at me, look at me, look at me. And then they said, if you don't call them by if you don't do what they say, they're gonna kill themselves. It's like bullshit. Like it's a narcissistic power play, and it's it's just like, it's absolutely. The reckoning of it is absolutely pitiful. It's pitiful. Let's see here. Where was I? Where do you work? I mean, you don't have to tell me. What do you do for night work? I used to work nights 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. at an aluminum plant called Bonnell in Georgia. I used to make aluminum products. Hot as hell. It was like 120 degrees in there. We had to wear Kevlar so we wouldn't get burnt.
I wish he spoke like the common people so everyone gets his message, but it makes me glad we live in the US and not Canada.
Yeah. Yeah. So last night's stream, there was a guy in here from the UK, and I was talking about something, whatever, like, this sort of topic, and he DM'd me and said, hey man, whoa, can you talk about that kind of stuff? And I was like, yeah dude, I'm in America. He said, yeah, I'm in the UK, they'll put us in jail for that. Like, see, this is the problem, is with hate speech laws, is who chooses what the hate is. Like, Christians aren't protected by hate speech laws because they're not written by Christians. They're written by people that don't like Christianity, and they don't like. So if they like one religion and don't like another, then they write the law saying this about a religion is hate speech, even though it's not. It's just a criticism, and then you have people going to jail for it in the UK, and that's crazy. Like, because the thing is it always, if you don't end up taking the government over, then it's gonna come back. Like just like how, like, President Trump got affected by all of the people that were in power then, using the law to look into him and this and that, and then now he got in power again. He's doing the same thing. So it's like,
about going back to Canada, and every time I meet my Canadian relatives, it seems like they socially have to watch out what they say all the time.
yeah, right. Or they'll get thrown in jail, or fined or feed. It's absolutely crazy. Yeah, Canada's nuts. And the thing is, that's crazy about here too, the immigration thing, is that, like, Canada don't play those games. Canada's not a sanctuary country like America is, even though there's some areas that play that. They don't do the same thing. You can't walk across the border in Canada. They invite in a lot of refugees, but they can't just show up in Canada. It's like you can't just 20 million people walk in and be like, hey, we need whatever. And the big thing is it's like how obvious, like, they're either stupid or they're liars, right? So it's obvious that that we've had people smuggling. We have a border stop area, a search area when you come across the border from Mexico into America to look for drugs and guns and stuff. And then they open the border. So it's like, we know we stop
100%
people.
tell me why more Canadians are moving to the US.
Because the Canadian government is more liberal now
But not
than the
many
American government.
Americans going up to the US.
So it's fear. It's fear, and the Canadians are taxed to, like, no, let's look it up. Let's just look at taxes. Where would you say? Let me see again.
To Canada.
Not me. Okay, tell me why more Canadians are moving to the U.S. But right. Let's just say Ontario. Total taxed income on a paycheck in Ontario. So you have a 33-ish% tax for federal, 13% for provincial, and then some other ones. Okay, so that's 47% plus 28, 32, approximately 32. Okay. So if you had an average income of $60,000, just the federal tax would be $16,000. Then state, then total deductions. So out of $60,000, they would take 38,600 of your dollars in Canada. So if you make $60,000 a year, you're bringing home $21,000.
Funny fact, Jordan Peterson lives in LA since like last year.
Did he move? Jordan Peterson's current residence. Oh, it says Phoenix. Yeah, 2025, just this year. Just this year, he sold his place and moved to Scottsdale, Arizona, and started the Peterson Academy. Good for him. Oh, okay. So his daughter Michaela moved there previously, and he went there now too. Right? Yeah. Well, you got to. He's on their list. You know, like he's against the current government, and this is the thing: the governments will change. Yeah, but if you're making 60 grand in Canada, you're only bringing home 21 grand. Okay, let's just say here. In Atlanta, Georgia, if you make $60,000 a year, what is your take-home pay after taxes? Okay. So here so you make more than twice the money. Here, you keep more than twice your money. If you made $60,000 in Canada, you would bring home $21,000. In Georgia, if you made $60,000 a year, you would bring home $46,000 a year. So that's just one thing right there. So more than half of your money is going to the government in Canada. So if you could find a job in America making, even if you're making less, like even if you could only find a $50,000 a year job or a $40,000 a year job. Okay, let's say if you make $40,000 in Georgia. Okay, yeah. So your take-home pay would be
Yeah, things are
$32,000.
so much more expensive in Canada, and I spoke to some people there when I spent a summer. I met a lot of people, and many actually want to get out of the Commonwealth.
Right. So
Some even want to be part of the
yes,
US.
I can see, and this is why. So even if you okay, let's say 30,000. Let's see. Okay, so if you made $60,000 in Canada and you left Canada and came to America and only found a job that only paid $30,000, you would still have more money at the end of the year, at the end of the day. So if you make $60,000 in Canada, your take-home pay is $21,000. in America, if you found a $30,000 a year job, your take home pay is $24,000. So you would for half the salary, you're bringing home $3,000 more dollars a year. That's what's crazy about the taxes and shit that's going on in Canada. It's absolute robbery. And this is why. And it only takes seconds to find this information out. But people are told, oh, you got to save the whales, you got to save the planet, you got to save this and that, which is all bullshit reasons to raise taxes. And then that's what happened in Canada. Canada raised their taxes on everything. They got to protect transgenders. They got to protect gays. They got to protect everybody but straight people. So they need to tax you more so they can create other agencies that will protect
Hello,
those
bro.
classes. What up, Henry? What up, brother?
That's nothing, haha. I know it's normal now to pay more than half your income on just rent.
Yeah, that's crazy. Right. But this is before any of that. This is just your paycheck. So if you're bringing home,
All good.
if you're bringing home, if you're bringing home $21,000 a year on a $60,000 salary in Canada, then you've still got to pay $2,000 a month, which is $24,000 a year. So you've only got none. You're broke. You already don't have any money left over. Yeah, that's crazy. How are things in India, Rahendra? Yeah, that's the big thing. That's the big thing is if people have jobs where they can relocate, or if they can relocate to find jobs. And now, because Canada's corporate tax has gone up, you have companies coming over to America, like Canadian Club. What's it called? I think it's called Canadian Club Whiskey. It's now being made in America. And then a bunch of the people that were working there lost their jobs in Canada. So now there's going
Every
to be
income is taxable in US and Canada, but that is not applicable in India. There is exemption.
there's exemption. That's crazy. That's awesome. That's great. Indian income tax. Income tax exemptions, India. Oh, jeez. Everything. So you can take off your house rent, interest, encashment, child education allowance, relocation allowance. It keeps going on and on and on and on and on. Tuition fees. Yeah. Yeah, and it's just absolutely amazing what people will allow their governments to do. And then it's just like if you look at how much in America, how much of our tax money is just squandered and just, piddled away on bullshit and gets lost in fraud, and it's like people get pissed. So, this whole 20, 30, 40, 50 years, there's been people robbing the government and becoming super rich. And as long as they get out before people get mad and catch on, because they're not going to go sue everybody that made money off of it the past 50 years.
https YouTube BTXYJMNXCWIUSI 651K6BT2HTKQAR2R
has given way to naivety and weakness. We do not want to be taken advantage of, tricked, lied to, and sold out by those we trusted to lead us.
In recent decades, my home country, Canada, has had the image of a successful and accepting nation, welcoming millions of upwardly mobile immigrants.
Immigration in Canada is not just something that we do, it's who we are. It's who we've always been.
But in the face of rising poverty, a housing crisis, and an influx of more than 1 million people last year alone, anti-immigrant sentiment is now growing.
Right, and the problem is nobody
Lot
hates...
of good things, bro. Government should protect interest of taxpayers. We pay tax for everything like you pay direct and indirect taxes.
Right. And the problem with what the hate stuff is so you've got the government here before Trump that said, you guys hate everybody. You Trumpers, you Republicans, you hate everybody. So we're going to help these people. And by helping them, they created the hate because no one cared before about immigration until they took it too far. And then once they went too far, now people get mad on both sides. And then people like Trump get elected because he stopped it. Look what they did. Like there's been people that have been waiting in line to get into the country, to immigrate into America, and then Biden just drops the border wall, and allows people over, like without, and they were bringing do you know the number one cause of death in America today is drug overdose? And we used to be able to stop a lot of the drugs, not all of it, but a lot of it, because we had people, it was harder to get across the border. And then when we were just invited, you don't think that the bad people are also going to abuse that system? Absolutely. And the governments say that, oh, they're not. No, that's such a small number. No, you're full of shit. They're full of shit because they're making money off of it. But yeah, this stuff's absolutely crazy. Let's see what time it is in India. What time is it in India? Current time in India. Oh, okay. It's almost 9 o'clock in the morning. Let me see if I can do this. I'm going to here. I'm going to do a couple of things. Phone. Okay, bam.
I feel like we are kind of isolating ourselves from the rest of the Western world, but for reason because the EU is pretty crazy too, lol.
Right.
There is a lot of bad people who do tax evasion. Time is 8:47 a.m. bro.
If you know how the globalists work, and they have people that are in America, in Canada, in the UK, in Japan, they're all over, and they want to they've been, the past 50 years, they've been getting themselves in positions of power so they could change everything and have one large, huge government, so then they can rule the world. That's what's been going on. So now that stuff's being brought to light. Like, hold on, let me do this. Let me go bang, bang, let me go back here. Hold on. Split screen. YouTube channel. It's gonna make a little bit of mess here. Bang. Channel. It's gonna make. Okay, there we go. Ooh. Oh, there's the cat. Oh. Okay, there we go. Oh, geez.
Hi there.
Okay, alright, let's see. Let's see if I can make this happen here.
Zooming in from Japan.
What's going on, Richie in Japan? Zooming from Japan. What's going on, brother? Welcome. We got Japan, United States, and India in the house. Welcome.
Hi, Richie.
Yeah, there's a...
What is this channel about?
This is one of the interesting things is you've got people in one country, in one corporation that says, they start something like let everybody into college, and anybody who wants a loan gets a loan, and then they get rich off of it. So then they say, hey, well, now it's slowing down, so let's go to another country and do the same things. Now we've got millions and millions, hundreds of millions of dollars, so we can buy off politicians in this country, then the next country, the next. And that's what they do. So now all these countries are basically the same. They all follow the same laws because people have set the same scams up. It's about education, Richie. We talk about anything people want to learn about. So basically, you guys can bring up the topics, and I'll help you learn anything, and anything that I don't know, I learn with you guys. It's usually comedy, but tonight's we got a little. We talked about globalism too, also, like the problems with it. And like how the scam is being played. But that's exactly what happens is you have people that are in power in one country, and then when you're a politician in one country, you talk to the politicians of other countries, and then I found a good scam. Let's run it on your constituents too, and then now you have globalism. There's evil people in this world, and
Our government was very
that's a
aligned
huge
with
thing.
Western countries, but now our elected prime minister is anti-globalist.
I love graham crackers. They're so good.
Until recently, the Japanese media talked trash about Trump, but
Come
now
on,
the
baby.
media only says good things.
How are things over there in Japan? It looks like things are starting to look up for you guys. I love graham crackers too.
I love graham crackers too.
I like, these are just graham, but I love cinnamon graham crackers too. Like cinnamon, oh, so good.
Very well, however, as an immigrant I'm worried about getting deported.
So delicious. Yeah, boy. Okay, it's very well. However, as an immigrant, I'm worried about getting deported. Well, brother, it seems to me, and at least from the way things are going here, if and I don't have an opinion either way, if you have a job there, we're invited by a company or whatever, then that's one thing. If you show, any way you did it is, but I think the big issue is if you're in Japan and you're not working or not looking for work, that's where they're kind of getting iffy. But I don't think that they're anti-immigration. They're anti-paying for people. And that's just from what I've learned watching, the news and, how they lie to us and everything. But it's very expensive to deport
I'm a digital
people.
nomad.
And it doesn't, at least from what I've learned about Japan, a digital nomad, then you're fine, brother. You're fine. Are you paying taxes in Japan? Or like, are you helping the Japanese
I came to
economy?
womanize in Japan.
I came to womanize in Japan. I feel you, brother. I feel you. But so that's actually good too, because Japan has a birth rate problem. So if you can find yourself a wife and knock out a couple of kids, they'll love you for that. Especially if you plan on if everything goes fine, do you plan on staying in Japan, or are you going back home? And where is home? Where is your country of origin? I do pay taxes. What up, Kendra? Oh yeah.
I do pay
How are you,
taxes,
Kendra?
but they don't got a digital nomad
Ain't seen you in a
visa.
while. Been like a day.
Hi, Richard. I'm back.
Oh,
My
don't have
country
the.
of origin is
Can
El
you
Paso,
file for
Texas.
one? El Paso, Texas, right? I'm in Georgia here, brother. Yeah, if you don't have, yeah, bro, I don't know what kind of advice I could offer. I mean, what I would do if I was in your shoes and I wanted to say, I'd start whatever paperwork they say. I mean, at least that, because I think the big thing is, and this is from what I've talked to thousands of people on the lives and stuff like that. The big thing is a lot of people just want to go to Japan to make money in Japan and then go back to their country and live on that money. And whatever you want to do is what you want to do. But if at least you have the paperwork to show that, yes, I'm willing to follow your laws. You know, just show that kind of stuff. Yeah, because I know school. Oh yeah, Kendra, no, absolutely. How is school going, Kendra? How is school, Kendra? Man, I want some brownies so bad. Oh man. Let's see. Is it steak?
I do want to stay, but if Japan gets too
Man, look at this
uncomfortable
steak.
or I don't get any
I do want to
success in
stay, but
finding
if
the right
Japan gets too
companion,
uncomfortable, I
I'm
don't
going
get any
back
success
to.
in finding the right companion and go back. Yeah, I understand, brother. Yeah, and that's that. Well, so at least if you get deported, you get a free flight back to America. So find yourself a wife, brother. You look like a good-looking guy if that's you in the picture. I mean, and and look at
But
my
your
big
country
ass
give free
nose, and I'm
education
ugly, and
healthcare, right, Richard?
I don't have no problem finding a wife. But your country give free education and healthcare, right? Yeah, yes, well, yes, to immigrants, yes. Not to everybody. So if you can pay for it in America, you do pay for it. If you're poor, you get basically free education and free health care until. Yes, they're changing that.
True,
Yes,
but
sir,
they are
Richie.
changing that for
Right. Yeah, but
foreigners.
at the moment, right? Yeah, at the moment. Yeah. So yeah, but right now, so if you can't afford healthcare, you get healthcare. If you can't afford school, you get school. And then, so the point was in America was to get people to the financial point where they can buy these things. So the point was, if the government, if you're poor, here's some college, get a degree, get an education, go have babies. Now you got enough money to pay for your babies to go to college. You know, that's
they
the
treat Americans
thought
with better
process.
visas, which is great, but for other Asians or Europeans, they're screwed now. Before it was the opposite.
But it's help people help themselves. So it's not meant to be forever. It's meant to be for, I believe what they're changing it to now is a 2-year cap. So like if you need food, like if you can't afford food, you get food for up to 2 years. That's if you're able-bodied. If you have a disability, you can get it for your whole. Dun 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 dun. If you're like me and you can work, then and something happens, if I lose a job, I get free food and stuff like that, and some money, unemployment insurance, until I can find another job with a maximum cutoff of 2 years. But yeah, it's interesting way to.
I've actually been to Japan and I felt like the country was full of diversity, so it's surprising Japan is that strict.
So I think what happened in Japan.
Like I wasn't the blonde chick.
Like I wasn't. Right. Yeah. And I think one of the problems is they don't want Japan to not be Japan anymore. They want there to be a place that's not super diverse, so that diverse people can come visit, experience that new culture, then go back home. And I think one of the big problems now is you have people that want to be like, no, everything's got to be blended. But the problem when you start to blend everything is Japan no longer is Japan. And then it's just El Paso, Texas, or Atlanta, Georgia. It's just everything looks the same. There is no diversity of culture anymore. So that's the big thing in the conversations are about, hey, you've got this Japanese culture, it's got all this crazy beautiful art, language, religion, and this and that. And then if it diversified, now you've got 16 different religions and 16 different cultures and 16 different languages, and that's basically what happens here in America. And then you have a lot of people that don't get along, a lot of crime and stuff like that. And regardless of what culture, I think it's probably for the best. And I'm not talking about segregation, but if you have people like what Richie's doing here, he's going over there to find him a Japanese wife. So, like, he's got a place to go to do that now. In 20 years, there won't be Japanese men and women in Japan. You'll go to Japan and you'll see Americans, and you'll see Asians, and you'll see Arabs, and you'll see Russians, and it won't, so it won't be that destination anymore. And there will be no reason to travel except for geography, right? So that's the perspective. Yeah, you can send a link if you got something you want to show. Okay, here you go, brother. All right, let me shut on.
I noticed you guys were sending links. So here you go.
Let me shut this thing off here real quick. Try to get the echo. All right, let's see. I want to break it. Broke it. All right. That's it.
This is about this group that are ex-military or union members and sometime Yakuzas trying to force Japan back to imperialism.
Send it, my friend. There we go. We'll give you some freaking. Oh, we go. Look at this. Look out. We got Richie in Japan. Bam. All right, let's see. Oh, thank you, my friend. Thank you, Richie. Hey, my name is Richard also, by the way. I'm gonna put you up here on the wall real quick, Richie.
I subbed you, man.
All right, let me get you on the wall here. Let me get you on the wall. Let's try again. There we go. There we go. Okay. Let's see here. Did you send the link? Did it go through? Here, let me do. I didn't see the link pop up, bro. Let me double check something. No, not yet.
Get it.
Here, let me do this. Let me do this. I might have you. Let me do this for me. Add you as a moderator real quick. All right, try again, brother. It may be that only moderators can do it, so I just set you as a moderator. Try it one more time. Oops, I broke it.
We get a lot of people from Japan on here,
Yeah.
LOL.
Yes, a lot of people from Japan. Absolutely. There it goes.
https YouTube BZXP6403EK8SIEIFJQ1P7XBL8B.
I'll have that fixed tomorrow, by the way. So it won't read all the numbers and character. Okay.
Looking at these images, could you believe?
Wait, let me take this off the screen real quick.
Believe that these are images of Japan?
Whoa.
And on the other hand, what if I told you that these people are more feared than the Yakuza themselves? I'm Naka, and this is Japatonic. And today we're going to talk about the extreme left, the extreme right, and their relationship with the mafia. Well, first of all, when World War II ended, Japan had its conflicts between socialism and nationalism. And there were some pretty extreme groups. Obviously, Japan after the war was a pretty chaotic country with a lot of political instability. But basically, Japan was already becoming an ally of the United States, which the far left opposed. Japanese socialism disagreed because they didn't want Japan to be a puppet of the United States. But they did want to have a close relationship with China. What's more, in 1960, there's a photo that many of you may have seen. It's actually the leader of Japanese socialism, who was assassinated by a 17-year-old young man who belonged to the Japanese far right. Well, many say that's what eliminated socialism in Japan. It doesn't go that far. Actually, no. Neither yes nor no. Actually, that assassination was more than anything, mainly symbolic. The right wing wanted to show that the Japanese people didn't want socialism. But that leader who was assassinated had even met and taken a photo with Mao Zedong. But anyway, the thing is that the left was never that powerful, so to speak. After the Olympics in Japan, they realized that Tokyo needed a bigger airport. And Haneda Airport in Tokyo had become too small. And that's when they planned the construction of the airport of Narita. Most people arriving in Japan land at Narita, since it's the larger airport. Well, at the end of the 60s, it was announced that the airport was going to be built. But what happened? The place where they wanted to build the airport was a rural area, where there were many farmers who were using the land, and the government forced the farmers to sell their land in order to build the airport. But what happened? The farmers obviously wanted to defend the land that was left to them by their parents, their grandparents, and their great-grandparents, where they had always worked. And that's when... What bad weather! That's when the Socialist Party joins in. So, basically, the entire far left, which included students and some diplomats, joined the peasants to put up resistance. And when 1970 and 1971 came, when the whole construction, logging, and all those things were really about to start, that's when there was extremely violent resistance. And it's one of the most violent protest cases in the contemporary history of Japan. They even built wooden forts and wooden watchtowers. I mean, everything was precarious, very improvised, but quite large. You saw country people throwing Molotov cocktails at tractors driven by the police. It was complete chaos. But obviously, the airport began its construction because, since these were not very formal organizations, they basically ended up losing. There were many deaths, but even so, the airport went into construction. The airport was supposed to open in 1972, but it only opened in 1978 because there was a 6-year delay. Because of all these protests, because of the resistance, and when they inaugurated the airport, it could only be done with one runway because, of course, the resistance, even though they had built the airport, was still there. And in the 80s, they wanted to move on to Phase 2 to complete the airport. And was the resistance going to let them? Obviously not. In the city of Narita, there was a protest in which it said that the official numbers aren't on the civilian side, but there were more than 9,000 riot police at that event. And there, if you look at footage from that time, you see people, civilians wearing helmets, with their faces covered, carrying huge logs to break through the police, and things like that. These are scenes that don't really look like Japan. Also, I'm not sure if any of you have seen the anime movie Akira. It's a movie from '88, but before that, there was already the manga, the comic. And the fact is that within the first half of the movie, there's actually a scene with protests. Akira is supposed to be a futuristic cyberpunk movie. And you might ask, but what kind of future? Pessimistic? Not really. Actually, the movie was pretty much reflecting the reality of Japan in the 80s. That's what it was. It's not that things are so bad in the future, it's that we're still the same. That was the message of that scene in the movie. But it's exactly the same style of protesters. People with helmets, goggles, and their faces covered with scarves against the riot police. But obviously, the airport ended up just as planned, with its delays. What happened to the far left? Well, partly, by that time, the peasants they were fighting for were already very old, and many had already passed away due to age. And the government also tried to put a lot of pressure on them. They started arresting the leaders, and in case they didn't have any specific crime to imprison them for, then they put them on blacklists, where they couldn't get jobs at major companies or even many medium-sized ones. Because, of course, the left didn't have a big sponsor who could support them. Instead, they were all just working-class people, and basically, in the 90s, they started to fade away. Does it still exist? Yes. Because it's a democracy, anyone can be right-wing or left-wing. You can belong to an extremist party from either side freely, but it's very weakened. Even today, in Parliament, there is the Japanese Communist Party. But of course, out of the 800 members in the Diet, there are barely fewer than 10 in the entire parliament. So they don't have a very strong voice, but it exists. But on the other hand, there's the Japanese nationalist far right, which is called Uyoku, meaning to the right, and on the left, it would be Sayoku. The Uyoku is basically an ultranationalist, militarist, and conservative group with ties to the Yakuza, basically since it has existed. But the fact is that the goals of the far right after the war and today have changed quite a lot.
So you have, like in America, you have the far right and the far left. And in America, the far left is now in bed with the mob. Like the interesting things that came out about Brother Richie. If you've
I've seen these protests in Tokyo way more now.
Oh, jeez. if you've seen the recent news about all of the sports betting, gambling and stuff that's been uncovered, and they found out that the mobs, the old Italian mobs that we thought were gone from like the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, that were gone in the 80s, are actually just went underground. And so the left wing of America, the far left wing of America, it got in bed with them because they were always good with organizing and militaristic actions and stuff like that, which is the opposite of what it used to be. So what happens is history repeats and flips. So you'll have the left will gain power. Then, in order to stay in power, after long enough time, the people will get angry at the government taking all the money and theft and stuff like that. So then the right will come in power. But the problem with the mob is they want to be with who's in power. So groups like that, far right groups that had mob ties, when they finally pissed everybody off and then the left started to get elected in America, the mob changed sides from the right to the left. So now you've got because the left's in power, and the mob, in order to stay underground and well funded, has to be able to be in cahoots with who's in power. So people feel emboldened and they feel like they've been helped and they've got a partner because the mob has their back. But whenever power flips, the mob will go to the right and then the mob will go to the left. So it's very important in America to be independent, not to be a Republican and not to be a Democrat, because they change what they mean. They change what their value systems are, and they'll change what they're willing to do. Like for instance, these days in America, you see most violence is on citizens is from people that are on the left, and then next year it'll be people that are on the right.
Is that why classic liberals are now considered to be Nazis and the people who claim to be liberals now are communists?
That's exactly 100% correct. 100% correct. And there's a huge problem. And actually, I was telling Alicia about this earlier. The reason that being single is okay. I used to be in the movie industry for 15 years. I made propaganda. I did a bunch of wackadoodle shit, and so this is my repentance arc in life. So you have regardless of all the labels, you have people that are in control and in power, and people that aren't. The people that are in power are liars, and they will change what they stand for to stay in power because they only want money. If they weren't getting rich off of what they were doing, they wouldn't be doing it. And so like that's what sucks about like the people that are in power, the billionaires, they're not loyal, they're not brand loyal. Look at, for instance, Trump was a Democrat until he was a Republican. And yeah, you're something until you're something else. But right, because he was getting benefits from being a Democrat, and then when that stopped, he became a Republican. Now, that's just human nature. So I'm not anti-Trump. I'm not anti-Kamala. They're just people being people. But there are people that like so the mob was involved with the left up until now, and Trump had made his split from the mob in the early 90s, from what I can tell, and now they're getting them out. So now the mob's being pulled away from the left, and the left doesn't have any power left anymore. There's also big problems where you see people like Epstein. So now Epstein didn't care about left or right either. He wanted power. So he got a bunch of politicians on film doing things to kids and doing things to minors and doing things to other people while they were married, cheating and stuff. So he wanted to run both sides of the aisle. So he was independent, right? And the is all this stuff, this lust for power is what's brought us to where we are. And then when people get power in their brains, they're power hungry, they're bloodlust, power lust, they forget
TBH during the Iraq
they
War
just
I
don't
was against
care
the war and the
about
Republicans,
the
but
little
now I
man, little
stand
guy.
with the Republicans even though Trump isn't perfect and can be a buffoon, but he is better than Kamala.
So the reason he's better than Kamala is because Kamala was an obvious puppet. The Democrats should have put someone up. The Democrats were saying that Trump was going to be a detriment to democracy, and then they put Kamala in without a primary. So they didn't vote her in. So they did an anti-democratic way, and they lost a lot of typical Democrat voters that way. I'm not. I like to draw the negatives out of both parties and the positives out of both parties. The industry that I was in was doing damage to the world that I live in, my bubble. And so I thought it was best that there's a change.
She sounded drunk.
100%, brother. 100%. 100%. That woman is a freak. And if I was her, I'd be drunk too. She can't answer the questions. She doesn't know what's going on. She only does what she's told. And like, I think she was so uncomfortable going on interviews and stuff because she knew she was an obvious fraud that she just got drunk before she did it. Yeah. And it's just like it's an obvious setup. And going back to the mob running it, in this last era we've been in, the mob has been running the left. So they got her where they wanted her to be so that they could get the control they want to get. Listen, the mob's always been involved in prostitution and drugs, and they're still involved in prostitution and drugs. Nothing's changed. Just the outside of the can has been polished. Everything is the same. Like what they were talking about the anime. They were like showing the future, but they were drawing images of the past a little futurized. It's exactly the way the world is, and that's why people in power are so powerful. They know this. They call themselves progressives and then don't progress anything. They put out things that sound like they will progress people.
She would code switch and changed the way she spoke like a chameleon based on her audience.
Yes, sir. And that's obvious to people. But the people around her are like hyping her up. Go, girl. Yeah. Oh, they're going to love you. Yeah, we finally got a black woman president, blah, blah, blah. And it's all bullshit. And then it all falls apart. And she knows it's bullshit. Hence, I think the drinking. Yeah, the code switching stuff. Listen, and look at Jasmine Crockett here in America, too. The Democrats, I believe, have had power for so long that they've become arrogant because they just don't think they're going to lose an election. Like, they did not think that Trump was going to win, especially after what happened in 2020. Yeah, and this stuff's absolutely crazy.
Initially, racism or xenophobia wasn't even an issue, though they're now...
And it never is. People aren't typically racist or xenophobic. The government causes it by putting black people or white people or Indians or whatever race they're trying to protect. They take the worst of them and they put them in front of us all the time. So on TV and news and everything, you see this. So racism. This black man did this. This black woman did that. This black person did this. This black person did that. And that creates fear. It's pattern recognition. And then it creates fear in people. And fear leads to acting out. So there wasn't a problem with racism in the 90s in America. The racism didn't come back up until after all the free stuff got handed out in the Obama administration.
Defining features. One could say that after World War II, the ultranationalists must be very offended by and opposed to the Americans. But no, that was the left. The right wanted to support the United States because for them, the enemy was the communists, the complete opposite of the left. When the Cold War ended, it was only then that communism had already lost much of its power. And that's when they had to look for new enemies. Basically,
Right. Isn't it crazy that, like, this is the one thing I don't like about programs like now, like the feminist movement and Black Lives Matter and whatever, fill all the potholes on the street, is these movements, people get power in there. Feminism, first wave was to get women to vote, the ability to vote. When that succeeded, they should have disbanded. But they're like, no, I'm making $250,000 a year. Let's find another enemy for women to fix. Now we'll do second wave, third wave, fourth wave, 75th wave feminism. And it's just because the people that run these campaigns don't want to lose their money and their power. Because they were with fists up in the air. Yes, we have women, and it's like, but they don't care about women because men can be women and they don't like men. And so how does any of that work? So they just keep finding new boogeymen. Most people are routine. They're happy creatures of habit. They're going to get up. They're going to go to work. They're going to take care of their families. They're going to come home. They're going to go to bed. And that's what they do. They're not going to interject, oh, here's an hour I can be racist. That doesn't happen until it's forced upon people. And it's like, so they're telling you, hey, everybody, watch out for the white man. Watch out for the black man. Watch out. And that's what causes the issues. There wasn't civil unrest before the riots. The riots were caused from it.
A bit against the United States and foreigners in general, with a strong focus on the Chinese and Koreans, since they were the largest immigrant groups at that time. Also, the left is basically not very visible. No one goes out with helmets and covered faces anymore, and if there is, we won't know about it. Why? Because the government also censors the left. If they protest, it gets no media coverage. Precisely so as not to encourage people who agree with leftist ideas. On the other hand, the right, even though they're not on television,
I talked to this older Japanese man who lived in the States in the 90s, and he said that Japan changed when he came back and it became more diverse.
Yeah, I have to agree. There's listen, this is the countries run on people, right? People have sex when they're happy, and people make babies when they're secure. Typically.
He told me that when he returned to Japan after living in the States in the 90s, the country felt completely different. He noticed that a lot of convenience stores were staffed by Indian.
Right. And that's the thing, is the Indians, which are freaking awesome. They still want more land and more
Tokyo,
power.
Nearly a third of the people walking around were non-Japanese white people, black people, Hispanics, and different Asian nationalities.
Right, and oddities cause discomfort, so people stop having kids. They're like, oh, what's happened to our country? We won't have a country left, so they don't have kids. So then immigration becomes important to the people in power, because if there's no one to vote for you, you don't stay in power. If there's no kids being born, new voters aren't being born. The old people have figured out your bullshit and they're not going to vote for you. So then they start importing voters. And this is the problem, is they don't care about the old people anymore because they're not getting their votes.
Television doesn't get much space in the media either, because it's not like they're making any special moves either. Yes, they are people you might run into on the street. And the truth is, I've run into the black trucks where they are several times, the trucks where they do their propaganda. It's called Gai Sheng Sha, which would be something like an urban propaganda vehicle, something like that. And well, when you run into them, that's exactly when they're performing and doing what they do best, which is propaganda. Nowadays, they often use a lot of slogans like with the issue of immigrants. saying that the country has to be like it was before. You see, they're also against Article 9 of the Pacifist Constitution, which says that Japan can't have a full military.
Right.
It can only have self-defense forces. They want the Constitution to be changed. And on the other hand, they long for Japan to have the emperor as the main figure of government again.
Commemoration of the 50th anniversary.
Long live His Majesty the Emperor! Long live!
They're not politicians or from a party, just activists,
Right,
right? And what they do is basically spread propaganda and at the same time recruit people if anyone wants to be part of them. They support themselves with memberships, correct? You pay to join, even though most already have jobs, right? They're members with jobs who pay dues, and many leaders also have their own jobs, although it's said that there are up to 1,000 far-right organizations. Now, when you say far-right, maybe many people have seen in the news about the Sanseto, which
Christians.
is like the far-right political party. But the fact is that there's no evidence that this political party is connected to these activists. Maybe there is probably some connection, but it's in the shadows. The fact is that the Yakuza Mafia, which everyone knows, and maybe many people know they're criminal organizations, are very nationalist and traditionalist. And the fact is that they used Uyaku, the right wing, as their political hand. The Mafia and the right wing have always shared similar ways of thinking. They were very similar, and they used them precisely as a political hand, let's say, right? Many times the Yakuza financed far-right movements. Although ironically, many people say they're more afraid of the far right than of the Mafia itself. On one hand, it's mostly because of conspiracy theories, since there are many legends about the Uyaku. For example, it's said that the Uyaku was founded by ex-samurai millionaire families. This is my favorite conspiracy theory. Very interesting. But I've heard it from Japanese people, and honestly, it doesn't make sense, but it's good. They say that the Emperor of Japan was going to be executed, okay? That there was a
Sounds
plan to
like
put
what
him
you were
on trial
talking
and
about
have him
earlier about the
executed,
mob
but the
having ties to
far right
politics
that
in
was
the US.
forming
Everything is copy and paste these days. When it comes, one mob in one area, in one country, in one locale, in one city, finds something that works with politicians and getting power. Then they call their mob connections in another city, and they copy and paste till it gets to the federal level. Then they go international. So the mobs that rule in America are absolutely tied to the mobs that rule in Japan and Russia and Saudi Arabia and whatever other countries. They even though they'll fight each other as like family wars, they've got each other's back when it comes to, if we get somebody in office that doesn't like us, then an army will be raised, a police force will be raised, and we'll lose a lot of money. So that's why they'll flip back and forth. Because remember, in 1994, I think it was 94, might have been 96, just in 2008, Obama was called the deporter in chief. The president that's deported the most people from America was Obama. And that was left, that was far left, and the things changed. So the mob tells the government, and this is the thing about drug money. When you've got so much money from drug sales, it's not a problem to buy every politician you can try, because you're not losing the money, basically. The money's going to be recycled, because they've probably got a drug addiction and they're just going to end up buying the drugs back off for you. So it's like a swag. And even if they don't do it, who cares? You're going to get more money. And then it's a loop. But the mob absolutely is in bed. Believe it or not, I've met a few white Japanese Yakuza members who were fully tatted, but were complete.
Believe it or not, I've met a few white Japanese Yakuza members who were fully tatted but were completely Japanese. I live in the red light district, so I've seen things about Japan most don't know.
I'm sure you do, my friend. Especially in the red light district. And this is the thing, is why is there a red light district, right? It's because the local government in that area has been bought and paid for to allow such activities to happen. And when people run in those local areas for district manager or whatever the names are there, the mob will visit them and say, hey, you're not thinking about changing these laws here, are you? Here's some money. You might, and that's how this whole thing works. Do you know how much money Pablo Escobar was spending just on rubber bands every year? Just rubber bands to put for his cash. I want to say it was $5,000 a year just in rubber bands to hold his money, because he had so much money. He lost like $1 billion a year to rats eating his money. Let's look at this real quick. We'll get back to this. How much did Pablo Escobar spend on rubber bands? Oh, $2,500 a month, not $5,000 a year. So I was completely off. So that's $60,000 a year on rubber bands. On rubber bands to hold to bundle the vast amounts of cash they handled. So you think about a bag of rubber bands is probably $1, and you probably get 50 rubber bands or whatever. So that's a lot. That's how much cash that we're talking about. This is just one cartel, right? So then look at this. How much money did Pablo Escobar lose to rats? His brother account estimated $2.1 billion annually was written off due to damage by rats, water, or simply being misplaced. So 10%, they were making so much money that 10% of the money they were making was being destroyed by water and dissolved or eaten by bugs, rats, or just lost. But that's fine, because it's not like they're paying taxes on it or anything like that. So when you've got this much money, you can buy who you want to buy, have, killed who you want to have killed, and have your will done. And you can pay somebody else to pay these people so that if they get busted, you say, hey, don't snitch on me and I'll take care of your family, and I'll do bad things. And this has all still been going on.
With 60% of Canadians now saying it's too high.
Oh, it's the wrong
one. The country does not need another million Uber drivers.
Did I close the wrong thing? Uh-oh. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Okay, hold on. What did I do? What did I do?
Favorite conspiracy theory. Very interesting. But I've heard it from Japanese people, and honestly, it doesn't make sense, but it's good. They say that the Emperor of Japan was going to be executed, okay? That there was a plan to put him on trial and have him executed, but the far right that was
I'm a plant.
かなり生意気だが俺は金になる気セメントよりも硬い俺のセキュリティライブ直前まで吸い込みすぎ込みヘタウじゃペナルティ兵隊は身代わり鼻上がる上がり隠し場所ならアナルにブスイハメ外せホーミーどうせ腐れやっといて損はねやっとの思いで金を盗むなら草売れ間髪入れずにカウンターを狙う簡単な計画で現生をゲット民家に逃げ込むか人混みに消える挙動不審者俺をそんな目で見るな今日のしのぎは恐喝にするかお行儀よくするかはご利用しするささすがさせれるか探なら切り裂く気づけばほらなまた誰かの探りゃここは俺のおごりだったら服くれ高くくれじゃなきゃ高くつくぜ次は誰が罠にはまる朝を我が身だおまわりさはケツの穴に
I'm sure he is.
ここは俺のおごりだったら服くれ
He is talking about selling drugs and making money. He is a Yakuza rapper.
我が身だおまわりさはケツの穴におがみなこび売らずに無理して背伸び殺す気ねえんだろ言葉遊びじゃ他と何が違うここが違うただのゴロつきじゃねえこっちは本気新宿東京ジャパンスリルとリスク得とスメルで勃起する集団冷静さ見失いピンボケ目先の夢と希望はまだ胸にしまっとけ法律でしかもの言えないアホ法律の下で寝そべるアウトロー
What's up, Kanye? What up? We're watching Japanese Yakuza rap. So yeah, and
PLS do millionaire.
This was just to show us an area. We're not going through music right now. I'll get banned again. I can't do American copyrighted stuff.
Song.
I can't do it. Can't do it. But let's go back to where we were. I lost it again.
Forming at that time, as it was forming, look, all of Japan was destroyed. The brands, the companies were way down. But the billionaire families who used to belong to wealthy samurai families, they say that together with the far right, they bribed the American army. Well, they bribed the United States to keep the emperor alive. And that's why nowadays they are almost untouchable. Like they can do whatever they want.
I didn't like
and
that
actually,
song.
what they say is that the far right is the one that really controls the Japanese mafia.
So only words I heard was pussy, Tokyo,
millionaire,
millionaire. Yeah, I understood. I can't play American copyrighted music, Kanye.
Song.
Very interesting thing about politics is how much so when we go to school, we think we're there to study, but we're there to be studied. It's in Hindi? Okay. Can you send me a link? Oh,
no, it's in Hindi.
I'm not playing the whole thing. I'll just play a little bit of it. Hindi millionaire song.
No music, please. There's risk of copyright.
I'll play something short. Is this the song you don't like, Alicia? I'll play it for 30 seconds.
Okay, if you think it's okay.
I'll tell you in a second. It'll give me a notification.
No.
No, not this. Brother, you're going to have to find it, man.
Yes.
This is it?
Yeah. Italy the main, fat cigars, pull up like a shade, chauffeured cars, tailor suits, la khande pe. I'm a motherfucking millionaire. Foreign the deals, motor dinars, I got dirty money, super bars, Hyundai rare, Kardani care. I'm a motherfucking millionaire. Italy the main, fat cigars, pull up like a shade,
we're having a very interesting thing going here in America where there's now they call rap fatigue. Everybody's so tired of the kill everybody. I'm richer than you.
Also,
men suck, women suck, white people suck, black people suck. All the just bullshit. People are so tired of it. Pop, WAP. The super overt sexuality. So like there's this whole big thing going, this whole big movement. Like there's like look at this. Watch this. How many rappers have canceled concerts in the past 6 months? Okay. Big Timers, 3 6 Mafia, Bone Thugs and Harmony, Asake, Young and Ace, Lil Kim, Bobby Shmurda, Drake, Kneecap, and that's just a few. So like they're not selling record. They're a lot of these streams and the record sales that are digital. They're all drug money bought, so they're fluffed. The numbers are fake, bought on farms, so that the people that do say, "Oh my gosh, it's got a million views," it's got a million fake views. So they buy fake virality with drug money, and this is where the left got so big in America, talking about whatever one thing they're talking about in this last cycle because they were buying it. I'm not, brother. I'm not playing it, my friend. The warning already popped up. I can't play anymore. Copyright song excuse Hindi.
PLS. I looked it up and he talked about selling drugs and lending money and how he knows people connected with the police and he can erase bodies without any questions and him having a kamikaze mentality.
Yeah, that shit's crazy. And that's the thing, the same thing in America, gangs, right? If you think about the American gang music, it's about selling drugs, lending money, connected people. I got people on the inside and kamikaze mindset. I ain't going to make it out alive. You know, I'm going to find my op. He's going to pop or I'm going to pop. You know, it's saying it's propaganda recruitment music, like in order to get people in on the yeah, they're copyrighted, buddy. I can't play them. Yeah, so they go to people and they say, I want you to write a song about this. I'll make you famous. And then people do it and then they buy the streams, but you can tell it's fake because like I'm gonna say, let me find out what his name was. There was a really popular rapper because he's got lots of likes and views and clicks, which are all bought and fake. And so when he went to sell rapper that sold less than 10 seats per concert. Shmurda, that was Bobby Shmurda. In 2025, he was reported canceling for averaging only 10 tickets per city. 10 tickets per city. So Bobby Shmurda, who's very popular, only sold 10 tickets to each location, less in some, a little more in the others. So it's all been a big propaganda scheme because they've got so much drug money.
Members there, and how come gang members are usually men?
I looked it up. I tell you, if it sucks, Japan is a beautiful country, but there's still gang members. Because Alicia, you might not want to hear this, but men are typically more violent than women, and men are typically stronger than women. Men are typically less emotional than women. So all of these things make men better gangsters. Women have urges to have, not a lot, have urges. They want to have babies and be mothers and have families. So they don't want to be. Trust me, the biggest gangs in the world are girl gangs. But there are more men that are willing to say, because men can get their wife that's at home pregnant and then go out and kill people, right? Women can't get pregnant and go out and kill people. They might lose themselves and their child. So, and this isn't my take on this. This is what gangs say, why they select that. Look, largest female drug cartel leader. So Griselda Blanco is the largest female cocaine. They call her the cocaine godmother for her dominance in the trade in Miami during the 70s and the 80s. That's not it. That's not only her. The Queen of the Pacific, Mexican drug lord, Adalia Ramos, 1980s. In the 1950s, when women were so oppressed, the largest female drug trafficker, marijuana, morphine, and heroin from the 1930s to the 1950s. So women have been involved a lot, but women aren't pushed out to the face of it.
Drug is crime in India, no drug in my state.
Drug is crime here too. No, now in America it's legal in some places or decriminalized, right? But yeah, drugs are illegal almost everywhere. But criminals don't follow the law. That's the thing. And that's one of the big things about guns. Like they say the reason that the left is anti-gun is because the mob runs them, and the mob doesn't want their enemies, who's the normal person, to have weapons. So it's not because they want to save the kids. If they wanted to save the kids,
government should ban liquor and cigarette as well.
I agree 100%. I agree. Listen. The government should ban liquor and cigarettes from companies. If you want to grow tobacco and chew tobacco or smoke cigars that you hand roll, then that should be fine. If you want to make your own wine, that should be fine. The problem is when companies get involved, then mobs come into companies and take them over. Because you shouldn't be able to distribute 1 million cans of beer from one company a day. It's just too large. You should have, in your basement in the corner, you've got a cask of wine, like 20 bottles of wine that's chilling, that you can pull out and have for dinner or religious purposes or whatever. But for as over the counter sales, the cigarettes and liquor has gone way too far because it's so addictive and it's so marked up that the bad actors that sell cigarettes, and remember, the mob started selling cigarettes and liquor, and then they went to marijuana and cocaine, prostitution, heroin, fentanyl, COVID vaccines. And it's just absolutely, it's gone too far. It's gone too far, because if you get somebody that's crazy, or you spend your life building a company, even if it's a tobacco company, and then you get bought out by the mob, they're going to say, okay, let's put more addictive chemicals in it and let's try to make as much money as possible. And then this company's trying to overtake us, so let's kill these people. And it's just absolutely wackadoodle.
I am not addicted to anything. I don't smoke or drink. I am just eating non-veg. In Hinduism, it's also a sin.
Right. No, right, absolutely. And I can't say that I can say I grow a lot of my own food. I have chickens. I eat fresh eggs every morning. I don't buy ultra processed foods. The most processed food I bought is those graham crackers, and those are pretty decent. They're not brand name. They're like Aldi brand, and they have the German food quality. They follow the German food quality quotas. So they don't have like wackadoodle toenail clippings and shit like that in it. But yeah, there's Alicia, there's been a lot of women. But the problem is, when you want an army, you want people that testosterone is a very powerful chemical. Like if you were to use testosterone just to get high off of, it would make you more aggressive, and they want aggressive people in the streets. Why killing animals if we do not give them life?
Why killing animals if we do not give them life? Who teach hell we are to eat them? Show compassion to animals.
Brother, there's something that you got to understand about the human body. And this is a problem I think that a lot of people get involved in. One of the healthiest things that you can eat is called the carnivore diet. Most leaves and things that we are fed as salad greens are not food. That's why you need to put salad dressings on them. They don't have a flavor. They taste tangy or off, and you got to put a salad dressing on them to even taste good. If I can convince you to eat grass out of my front yard, by putting ranch dressing on it, the governments will allow us to sell that as a food. If you can convince somebody to eat something, it's considered a food. But in most religious texts, it'll tell you what animals you can and can't eat. But when it comes to the body, most of the issues with skin and parasites comes from the plants that we eat. That are I can't butcher animals. I can't slice an animal's throat. I can't do that. I see, I see human characteristics in animals and they become my pets. So I can't do that. But it's definitely a requirement. I buy a lot of meat every year for my own health. I feel better. I have more energy. I get less colds and flu the more meat I have in my diet. And I spent years, my brother and sister were both vegans and they got very sick.
But
my sister
source also comes from plants and it's good in long run.
I'm not talking about protein. I'm not talking about just protein. I'm talking about meat sources. Vitamin B12 is almost in almost no plants. Most people that have B12 deficiencies and D deficiencies are vegans and vegetarians. I don't want to, I'm not trying to change your mind. I'm just giving you my outlook on it. There's a lot of data to talk about people, and it's usually because the foods end up being anti-parasitics, and a lot of people's problems are related to parasites. And so if you eat a lot of meats, the parasites will leave your body and attach to the raw or closer to raw meats or cooked meats in your gut, and then leave your body so you can get rid of the parasites.
Yep, bro, that's true.
Yes, sir. Yeah, but one of the most interesting things about the medical industry is that they basically, run by the mob, they took the word parasites out of teachings and out of telling kids at school about it and out of the media, so people don't think about it anymore. And then when we have a parasitic infection and we have a headache, we go in and we say, we have a headache. And they say, here, take this Tylenol, take this aspirin, take this. You don't have a headache from lack of aspirin, right? It's something that's causing it. So the symptoms that are brought on by the parasites is what they make pills to counteract, not the cause of the problem. And that's a huge thing. So let me look up here. And then actually, Alicia, if you know Jordan Peterson, you know Michaela Peterson curing herself with the carnivore diet. All right, check this out.
I was breastfeeding, getting out of bed, my wrist buckled. I thought, I have to do something because I'm worried I'm going to drop my baby. The arthritis was back. I was itchy everywhere. And I was like, how is this possible? If I'd experienced remission, why isn't that diet working anymore? And I cut everything out except for beef. And 2 weeks after doing that, thinking I'm nuts, hopefully I don't get vitamin deficiencies, the itch went away and my joints started to feel better. 4 weeks after that, I stopped crying in the morning. And 5 months after that, the anxiety lifted and I was back in what I felt was heaven compared to how I'd been living. All beef, all lamb, salt, and water. My mom went on the diet and her osteoarthritis went away. My dad went on the diet and he lost 70 pounds, kid psoriasis. That went away. I've talked to thousands of people with autoimmune disorders who've done similar things and seen similar results. I've been talking about this diet to spread awareness in hopes that the medical community can take something like this seriously.
So she does the all carnivore diet. She only eats meat, salt, and water, and only drinks water. That's it. Meat, salt, and water. No vegetables, because we put so many chemicals on our vegetables. Sprays, pesticides, herbicides, stuff that turns them toxic. A lot of the issues that we have is from that. But this is a very interesting thing.
Alley or a scary neighborhood and it feels like someone might jump you and you're like kind of on high alert and you're like looking around and hyper stimulated and aware. It's that feeling all the time. Or it's the feeling like your dog that you've had since you were a kid is dying. It's like this deep grieving pain almost. It was easier to identify what depression felt like when it finally lifted. And what changed for me was, instead of being like, something bad is gonna happen, all the problems in my life turned into opportunities. But being depressed just, well, it just destroys your life.
What does it feel like to someone who's never experienced depression?
So her depression went away when she stopped eating plants. Oddly enough, and she's not the only one. So if you look up the lion diet or the carnivore diet, and I know it goes against your religion, my friend, but just to read about it, just to learn about it, it's very interesting. So, and I myself, I'm 48 years old. My hair hasn't even I've got a very little bit of gray in the front. My hair hasn't even gone gray yet. I feel like I look younger than 50 years old. I'm strong. I'm not buff, big buff, butch workout dude, but I can lift 100 pounds and move it around. I can throw 50-pound bags over my shoulder and walk up and down the stairs. And all of this stuff I couldn't do in my 30s, and I can do now in my late 40s. And the only difference that I did is I go to a local butcher, a cow that was raised 2 miles from my house, eating grass until she could no longer produce milk. Then, before she died naturally, they
You look
butchered her.
like in 20s Ricky.
And I thank you, my brother. And I tell you what, I definitely didn't look this young 10 years ago. It's reversed a lot of the things. I can sleep better at night. I don't get, just like she said about depression, went from feeling like the whole world's going to end. It now feels like opportunities to go towards something. It's like I'm not sad anymore over stupid little stuff. There's a lot, and I also when I started eating more meat, I also did a parasite cleanse, and in line with that, my ADHD got better, my attention got better. I started streaming now. Like, now that I've been eating a lot of beef and been on a parasite cleanse, I can work all the time. I barely, I don't need 3 naps throughout the day. I don't drink alcohol anymore. I don't smoke cigarettes anymore. I don't smoke weed. I don't get high. I don't do cocaine. I don't do heroin. I don't take aspirin. What's up? I know, Tripper.
Tripper is my friend.
But yeah,
Can I go next to him?
on the wall, brother. I don't know about next to, because I don't know exactly where he's
I
at.
sub.
Yeah, I can't. It would take me an hour to find him. I can put you on the wall, but I can't promise that you'll go next to Tripper. Yeah. Oh, yes, you can. Yes, you can. I just found him, actually. That's very crazy. Give me 1 second, my friend. Yep, I just found him, oddly enough. And we're doing AEAYTON.
Yai.
Bam, I got you. Oh, I'm gonna fall over my foot. Oh, that's my nose. That's my nostrils. Wow, that was very. I can't believe I found that. It usually takes me like a couple of minutes to find a name. I found it in seconds. That's crazy. Let's see here.
I kind of have a confession to make with all my lip oil videos. So I know I said I was trying to create Addison Rae's lip oil.
Alright, Michaela Peterson carnivore diet. Here, this is the whole thing.
August is
Just had
2021.
Dahlia Upma with Big Ice.
Do you take vitamins and or supplements? If so, which ones? I've been eating liver and I've been starting a kidney supplement. So it's literally just desiccated kidney. And that's to see if it helps
Just
me and my stomach tolerate aged meat better.
Dahlia.
Other than that, I have my after party hangover pill. So if I drink, I take.
Oh, well, let's see what this is. Dahlia. Oh man, like this? Which kind? Yellow, white rice? There we go. Bam. Yellow like this.
Yellow. Yo damn, I'm late again, sorry teach.
Hey, that's all right.
Yeah.
That's all right, Throw. What's up, my friend? Yeah, so I started the stream at like 5, and then by 5:45 or so, 6 o'clock, I had to stop to go help a neighbor, and then I didn't get back on till like 8-ish.
Hi.
Maybe not, almost 9. Yep. I've been on for 2.5 hours now, so yeah, 9 o'clock, 10, 11. What's up, Peyton? But yeah, let's look at this real quick. Let me see. I want to find it better. Dang it! I want to find the one where she talks about it. All right, I think it's.
I was breastfeeding, getting out of bed, my wrist buckled.
Yeah, it's the same one.
Blind diet is hard. It's hard in general. I don't think anybody would be on it unless they had a chronic disease that it put into remission, and it was people are like, that's worse than being on this diet.
Yeah.
During pregnancy, though, it's hard. I can tell my body's like would rather be eating more things. I tried chicken. Chicken's not a disaster. I don't get arthritis or anything. I end up sleeping for like 12 or 13 hours. It's like taking Benadryl. So I stopped eating chicken because I was like, I can't sleep for 12 or 13 hours a day. This is ridiculous. I have no idea what's causing that. Bougie chicken. This is soy-free chicken, corn-free chicken. Like this chicken has had a good life. It makes me really tired. But that's basically my reaction to chicken. So it's not something dramatic. I can do a little bit of wild fish, but I kind of get sleepy. So those are kind of the reintroductions I've done. More recently, after I've done some gut protocol work, but I've done some trying to address dysbiosis in the gut. And I think I'm less sensitive to foods. My daughter's on like a paleo diet. We made these cookies and they're like cassava root. There's like no ingredients. I don't know. They have like 4 ingredients in them.
My husband is from India and
What is
he's
going
a
on?
vegetarian. And we were talking about, he was saying that we should have more compassion for animals. And I was saying animals are very important for our diet. And in my religion, God says that animals were put here for our health, emotional and physical. So having a pet to keep you happy and say, oh, my dog comes home, so you don't eat your pets. But our body needs needs meat. It needs meat to function. My sister, when she was a vegan, and then one day she fainted and pissed herself in front of a whole bunch of people. And so she went to the emergency room, obviously, and they found out that she wasn't absorbing the protein from her soy protein shakes. So she had to go back that day. She went on a whey protein after that. And then
I can't go 2 days without some type of meat protein.
brother, I'm right there with you. I eat a lot of meat. I eat a lot of meat, and like that's so I buy my meat in bulk. I get a quarter of a cow once a year for $700. It'll be a little more next year, and so it's about $1 or $2 a pound, rather than so I get filet mignon, I get T-bones and porterhouse and whatever you want to call it. Then they cut out some of them. You get New York strip. You get chuck eye, you get chuck roast, you get flank steak, you get liver, which I don't eat. You can get tongue, which I don't eat. Um, and it's so much less expensive. So what you do is you find three of your neighbors and you pitch in and you get a cow and you get someone to butcher the cow. Mike, the cow that I have is grew up 2 miles from my house eating the grass and the pollens and being stung by the local bees. So it's like getting local honey. And there's no injections, no shots, no antibiotics, nothing like that. And I've never felt better. But yeah, this
Yeah, but that doesn't mean we should not respect the animals and torture them.
Which is an antibiotic.
agreed, 100%. That's what I'm saying. The animals that I eat, and I have chickens. I don't eat their meat, but I eat their eggs, and they have a great life, and they'll live until they die, and they won't be killed, they won't be slaughtered. And the same with my cow. They live their whole life making babies and getting milked and eating, walking around, eating grass and going inside at night and all and that and then they're not just the after a cow stops producing milk, they die shortly thereafter. So the cows are milked every day. When the milk production stops, their body starts to decline and they start to get sick and die. It's a standard process. And so after that, they're they're killed humanely and quickly. They're not strangled to death or drowned or shot and bled out, and they're not killed chemically. But yeah, I'm 100%. I have pets. I have pet chickens. I have pet cat. I'm not talking about eating pets. And you need pets, but you need the fiber, the protein, the connective tissue. It sounds disgusting because you got people crying about it on the internet, but it has to happen. It's the way of life. And the thing is they'll kill you, and it's not just to kill them, and I don't kill them for a business. I don't grow 20 cows to kill them to sell meat. So like if the average person probably goes through
That
30.
is good, but I don't think a lot of people
They
can
can't.
do the same.
They can't. It takes planning ahead. It takes planning ahead, and you have to save $700 and have that ready when that time comes. So there's ways to help around it. There's apps that can take, $1 out of every transaction you do, or 50 cents out of every transaction you do throughout the year, and that usually adds up to more than that. So there is ways it can be done, but people aren't taught any of this. So unless they run into somebody that's doing it, this is the time. And public schools aren't going to teach you this because the agricultural business is huge and they want that agriculture business to prosper. So they're not going to teach you how to beat it. What up, Alicia? But like, if you look at like this here.
Antibiotic used to treat
I'm
leprosy
back.
so that my skin would heal. I was taking 40
Had a
milligrams
job to
of
do.
escitalopram for the depression. I was taking an inhaler because if I got a cold, it would turn into bronchitis, that would turn into pneumonia, and I'd end up in the hospital because of the immune suppressants. I was taking a prescription strength antihistamine because I was so allergic to trees and grass that I was verging on anaphylaxis in the spring. And I cut everything out except for beef, thinking I'm nuts and hopefully I don't get vitamin deficiencies. The itch went away and my joints started to feel better. 4 weeks after that, so 6 weeks after an all beef diet, the depression lifted and I stopped crying in the morning. And 5 months after that, the anxiety lifted and I was back in what I felt was heaven compared to how I'd been living. I've been talking about this diet to spread awareness in hopes that the medical community can take something like this seriously. I've talked to thousands of people with autoimmune disorders who've done similar things and seen similar results. I was taking 40 milligrams of Adderall just to wake up in the morning. I was taking Dapsone, which is an antibiotic used to treat leprosy so that my skin would heal. I was taking 40 milligrams of escitalopram for the depression. I was taking an inhaler because if I got a cold.
Right. So all of these issues make the medical industry trillions of dollars, and it all went away.
Have you heard about Michaela and Andrew Tate dated?
I don't know about dated. I know she went over there to visit him while Michaela was married, I think. Did Michaela Peterson visit Andrew Tate when she was married? Yeah, it says they went on a date night. Both parties denied romantic or sexual involvement, stating the rumors are baseless. After the time, Andrew Tate Michaela was married to her first husband. She has now divorced him, so she probably did bang Andrew Tate. That's probably why they divorced. But so the thing is here, you have somebody that's got a bunch of autoimmune diseases that's going to be on medications for the rest of her life for like 12 different things, and it all went away when she stopped eating the Canadian vegetable system, fruits and vegetables. She ate until this year only beef, water, and salt. And so like this kind of stuff's absolutely crazy. And the thing is they want you sick so you spend money on pills. So it's like even and like most doctors don't even go through nutrition courses in schools. They're like, hey, why if we test your blood and you're low in B12, give you B12. If you're low in D, give you D. If you're low in this, give you that. Rather than say, hey, start eating this, or that. It's absolutely crazy.
Wow.
Right. Yeah. And I can attest to it. I can attest to my parents are off all of their medications in their 70s. They're off all of their medications except for thyroid. But the thyroid that they take is called desiccated bovine thyroid. So when cows are slaughtered for their meat, they take out the thyroid, they dehydrate it, grind it up, and put it into pills. And that works for both of them. So they take no pharmaceuticals anymore. And they were on a lot. My mom was on cholesterol medication and heart medication. My dad was on cholesterol medication. My mom was on steroids, all kinds of shit. It's all gone. It's all gone.
Is that Hillary Clinton in the 90s?
Hillary Clinton wasn't as hot in the 90s. Let's see if we can find her. '90s Hillary Clinton. Wow, she does kind of look. She does look pretty cutesy there. But that's what year? That had no. It says first lady. Yeah, so that was 1990, right? So by the end of let's look at her here. She does kind of look like Michaela there, man. That bet you got me. That's a good eyes, man. Hillary Clinton, 1998. Maybe it's a lot of the hairstyle, but she started at the age. I mean, 8 years is a lot of years. But yeah, she looks she in by 2010. She was just. I think she was infected by the devil. Like that, she just looks so much older. She looks older than 10 years older than that. It seems like. But they say that the White House ages people too. Let me see if I can find him.
She got a lot Botox.
Oh yeah, she did. Let's see here. Oh, gallons. Or am I thinking about presidents before and after the White House? So you look at these. This is kind of interesting, right? So looking young, looking old, looking young, looking old. This is 8 years. This is 4 years. Trump looks the same. Reagan definitely got older looking. but Trump looks like exactly the same. And look how like he had gray hair, but look how youthful his face looked. And then he has eyes and skin gone like this. Like he looks like he's got a lot of like younger, and then sun damage and whatnot. His father.
Stress causes age
Yes,
fast, right?
yes, sir. Yes. It's just so crazy. Young man and then old man. Let's see if I can find Trump. No, here too. Like this, he didn't even make it through 8 years because they killed him, but he aged a lot really quick too. He got wrinkly. His neck started sagging more. Oh, here you go. Look at this. 2008. Let me see if I find Trump. Trump looks exactly
Maybe in the
the
White
same.
House they feed the president's food laced with aging chemicals.
Bet, brother. That went through my brain. Think about if the people that are vice presidents that want to be the president, they can, hey, oh, well, he ate the bad lobster and oh, he's dead, but I'm president now. I thought that 100 times. Trump looks exactly the same. And he went through a lot. But Obama definitely, man. He looks like he's in his early 20s there and then like 60s.
But Trump refuses to eat it and only eats KFC and McDonald's so that SY didn't th.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. I think Trump, it's right. He doesn't eat and he drinks Diet Cokes. He doesn't eat the freaking, when he has dignitaries and stuff over, they'll have the White House chef cook, but that's probably the chefs for the dignitaries too. Like, and but yeah, I have to agree, that's definitely something interesting to think about. Trump was the only person to lose money while in the White House, while in the presidency. Everybody else that was president gained like hundreds of millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars. He was the only person to lose money in the White House the first time. Then he the first week of his presidency this year, he got he made up for it. Trump's net worth before and after presidency first term. Oh, here you go. There you go. Here you go. So let me just pull this up. George Bush, it's hard to see, went from 44 million to 23 million. Bill Clinton went from 1.3 million to 241 million. George W. Bush went from 20 to 40. Barack went from 1.3 million to 70. And Trump lost $700 million. Trump's current net worth, $3 billion in 1 year. It went up, so he's at 7.
We drink way more water so that SY 30-year-olds and even 50-year-olds look young, but in the past people drank more crap so they aged quicker.
I think that has something to do with it. I also think water can be bad for you. Like, we're told to drink 8 ounces of water a day. I drink maybe 2 cups of water a day. I think water can be a solvent and flush good stuff out of you also. I think that 8 glasses, eight times a day, 8-ounce cups a day is a horrible idea. But then I'm not other people. If you drink and stuff like that, like if you drink alcohol a couple times a week, then I can understand getting that. But I think the big thing is what they put in the food, the preservatives are that they put in cow and put on chickens and stuff like that. I think that's what it is. I think it's a lot of the chemistry, pharmacology that's in our foods that's doing it to us. Because I don't drink a lot of water and I have not aged as quickly as even the other people in my family.
Absolutely true. Water can be dangerous as well. Alcohol in some cultures, such as in France, they believe wine can be healthy for your skin.
There you go. There you go. Let's see. And there's water intoxication in humans too, where you drink so much water, your red blood cells swell, and they can't hold enough oxygen in the red blood cell. At least that's the way it was explained to me. Let's see. Water intoxication. Hyponatremia. Symptoms include headache, nausea, confusion, muscle weakness. All right, what to do? All right, what does it do? Water intoxication and red blood cell oxygen concentration. Blood oxygen concentration. Water intoxication, okay, never mind, does not directly infect blood intoxication. I mean, now I haven't read anything but this synopsis, so in water intoxication, excess water moves into red blood cells, causing them to swell. So that was correct. While not directly toxic against swelling, the primary cause of water intoxication is the imbalance of water and sodium, not a direct issue with oxygen carrying capacity in the blood. Okay, so I would have to look into it more because this goes against what I was taught. And it says that it causes the red blood cells to swell, but doesn't have anything to do with its blood carrying. If you drink too much water too quickly, causing the body's sodium drop. Okay, yeah, I have to agree, and it says that here. But it says that has nothing to do.
If you drink too much water too quickly, causing the body's sodium levels to drop dangerously low.
Okay, so here it says water intoxication and hypoxia. Water intoxication leads to similar symptoms of hypoxia, but the root cause is dilution of blood solutes, which is what Professor Adams is speaking of. These, in particular, sodium being dissolved in the blood. Not a lack of oxygen by the blood itself. Okay, so there you go. Thanks for helping me out with that, my friend. So that's what it is there. So the red blood cells do swell, but that doesn't affect their oxygen carrying capability. So it's the dilute of the sodium. And so an interesting thing while you're here is I was looking up people that have overdosed on cyanide containing B12 cyanocolone.
Hello, Professor Adams.
And using using methylene blue as a antidote. So I got looking into methylene blue as an antidote for things. Methylene blue as antidote. Okay, so these are the interesting things that. So. Ifosfamide induced encephalopathy. Methylene blue is used to treat encephalopathy, which is swelling of the brain. Cyanide poisoning. Ifosfamide. Jeez, I can't read. Cyanide poisoning. Methylene blue is known to have. So anyway, it's very interesting that a textile dye can have quite interesting effects.
Hello, Alicia, and about that, sometimes it's used as a dye during medical tests.
Methylene blue is a potent monoamine oxidase, MAOA inhibitor, and should not be used with SSRIs, SNRIs, which are MAOIs. Dosage limits, toxicity, methylene blue as a medical dye. Long history as a diagnostic and surgical staining agent. as well as a medication for blood disorder. It helps this word. Methemoglobinemia. Methemoglobinemia.
A lot of people are on SSRIs and SNRIs.
Yes, sir. A lot. A whole lot. Let's just take one. Let's just take, okay. Current known prescription percentage of SSRIs in America. The single percentage is hard. Studies show that SSRIs make up a majority of antidepressant prescriptions. Okay, so 63.71% of all antidepressant prescriptions are SSRIs. Okay. How many Americans are on SSRIs? 11%, 11.4% of the American population. This is in 2023. Wow, 15% of all women and 7.4% of all men in whatever age group they're talking of. Among older women, 24%, 24.3%.
My mom takes Lexapro.
Lexapro?
What is that?
What Lexapro is? It's an anti. Oh, not it's not. I mean, it can be off-label as an antidepressant, I believe. I'm going to say it before I look it up, but I believe it's an anti-anxiety. My brother was on it. I called it as anti-asshole pills. Lexapro. 8.76 million Americans are on that. Okay, so Dexpro is based on is a commonly prescribed antidepressant and anti-anxiety medication. So it's an SSRI. It's in the same antidepressant class as like Prozac and I believe Paxil. Prozac and Paxil. What, is that what you're on? Yeah, so Paxil and Prozac are both SSRIs also. Let's see. Non-SSRI
Big
antidepressants.
Pharma is very bad.
According to Mayo Clinic, atypical antidepressants approved by the FDA: bupropion, Wellbutrin SR, Wellbutrin XL, others: mirtazapine, Remeron, nefazodone, trazodone, vilazodone, Vibride, and vortioxetine, Trintellix.
So Wellbutrin, I've had positive relationship with it. Accidentally quit smoking about 15 years ago, and I don't smoke anymore. And I was on that off-label bupropion. I can't spell Wellbutrin. ADHD, that's what it was for. ADHD. And I ended up quitting smoking. It was like a year later. I was in the movie industry, building a movie set, and somebody asked me for a cigarette. And I was like, sure. And I reached for my pockets, and I was like, I don't smoke. You missed a pretty good conversation earlier, Professor, about forever patients and parasites in food supplies and how the pharmaceutical industry, many people get oversubscribed with medications, agreed, which creates a reliance on these drugs because dependent on them, right? And so there was a huge push.
Many people get oversubscribed with medications, which creates a reliance on these drugs and become dependent on these.
Yeah, and so a lot of there's a specific parasite, Toxoplasmosis gondii, which is often found in cat poop, and there's so many people with it around the world, but it's only told you can only find out about it if you either have it or if you get pregnant, and they'll tell you not to change your cat's litter when you're pregnant, but they don't say why typically. So a lot of people that have parasitic infections, active infections, they go to the doctor and they say, I have this or that, and they get on a pill to take care of the issues created by the parasitic infection, not cleansed of the parasites themselves. So that's a huge thing, and we can talk about why it's not taught about in schools. The only things kids even know about, if you ask a lot of them about parasites, they'll say lice and tapeworms, and that's like the only two. Like, hey, so if you don't have worms hanging out of your butt, you don't have worms. But yeah, people definitely get overprescribed, and there's a huge problem in America. The laws for misprescribing and for mischaracterizing your prescriptions. Like, let's go back to OxyContin. That was marketed as a non-habit forming opioid, and I believe that the year that uh, that it was sold to millions of people, they made $13.8 billion, and when they were finally sued for false advertising and whatnot, they paid $3 billion. They made $13.8 billion in profits, and their fee for lying about it was $3 billion. That it should be a $3 billion fee over top of every penny in profits. They should lose it all and then be hurt. Because how does that hurt and deter bad behavior? It's like the anti-science sentiment is so you don't look for bad behavior in science. It's like it's not like, hey, there's not drunk ass kids like me in colleges that want their name in papers and will lie about stuff. And the best
thing that correlates to this is how the media likes to push away people who speak the truths. For example, the MNRI vaccines, which were not a real vaccine in my opinion.
100%.
I personally took ivermectin.
I did too. I took ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, and currently I take quercetin and bromelain. If you know, you know. I try actually throwaway. I think I told you. Was it you or Tom yesterday? Tommy. I can't remember which one of you. I think it was Tommy Boy. That was still ill from their vaccines. So we had to change the definition of the word vaccine here in America because the mRNA vaccine treatment didn't fit the definition of vaccine. So they changed the definition from preventing diseases to preventing or reducing the efficacy, if that's even the term they use for of the virus. But yeah, so I took ivermectin. My mother uses ivermectin and DMSO skin cream still to this day.
Tommy, at least I don't remember it. I believe I came late.
So Tommy, he said when he got all three of his injections after each one, each vaccine step, he got very ill afterwards, and he still doesn't have his energy back, and he has brain fog and stuff. So I was recommending to him a supplement that can help with that. But yeah, there's huge issues. Huge issues with that stuff. And the thing is, if you're gonna have a pandemic, you might as well make as much money as possible.
I remember.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, they're like, hey, look, no, don't look back to the past 50 years of what will work. Let's just say, hey, here's something new. And dude, there was so much trash. There was so much. And I think that's one of the big things that got us to where we are now is the obvious lying.
Discord pleading face.
Pleading face.
I remember a good portion of my colleagues who were bright all believed in this crap, and when I suggested ivermectin and they would just say it's horse dewormer.
Right. Yeah. And even all the we were not the DEA, the CDC put out a tweet saying
Text of speech at
saying that it said they actually put out a tweet that said, "You're not a cow, you're not a horse." That's just some crazy
67.
crazy stuff that they were doing there. And like text of speech, right?
Text to speech.
Right. And yeah,
Oh
so
yes, I
that
remember that.
I take 3 milligrams of ivermectin a day, and 12 milligrams on Saturday prophylactically, and I don't I have my own chickens, I grow my own eggs, I grow a lot of my own food. I'll only go, yeah, okay, yes sir.
Same thing.
Same thing. Close enough. Yeah, so like that's the kind of stuff that you want to keep your eye out for when they give away they give away the game. There's no reason that a professional government organization should be posting things like that.
Now they admitted it, the mRNA vaccine, they were bad.
Right.
Face red, droopy eyes.
Right. Yes, absolutely. Now they admit it. And they're still available. And I lost where I was. The dewormer stuff, that was a big thing about knowing that they were pushing. If there's a worldwide pandemic, you throw everything at this thing, and they're telling people to not even try things. What happens if it works? What happens if farting in a bathtub cured COVID? They try everything. People are dying, right? People are dying. Try everything. Oh, don't try. You're not a cow. Well, what if cow medicine works? What if horse medicine works? And then, oh my goodness, we just stopped millions of people from dying. But you're saying don't even try that? That's crazy. That's anti-science. If you have a hypothesis or a theory that this might work, and you come up with a hypothesis saying that that's science, and they're saying they're saying trust
influenza kills more people with COVID now.
Right, 100%. And and there was zero influenza reported infections during the 2020 flu season. Everybody had COVID. Nobody got, because COVID was stronger, so it outmaneuvered influenza A and B. So that's why nobody had it. It's like, hey, people are stupid, and one of the worst things we've done in this country with education is we taught too many people too much stuff. So they have a surface level of a lot of things, and they feel smart because they can talk a little bit about a lot of topics. So they won't listen to anybody else. And if you pay to be lied to, you will go to the death defending that lie. If you pay $1 million to go to a school that tells you that jumping jacks cures glaucoma, you'll say, it does. I read, my professor told me how it works. No offense, professor. But and then they'll die for it. So you happen to have some wackadoos that are willing to lie to you. And when you have this many people in the education system that shouldn't be there, spending a bunch of money that they shouldn't have had in the first place, like, it's absolute. And then you make it cool in the culture. You say, I don't need no man. I've got my degree. My degree makes me better than you. But you're stupid. And and we could talk about why that kind of stuff is. No, right. So I'm 48, Professor. I was born in 1977.
We don't teach them to think objectively anymore.
I was taught how to learn. My first period class in 10th and 11th grades were wood shop and then metal shop. Like, we learned how to calculate shit that mattered, how to take a mill off of this, how to do thread, how to machine surfaces, and how to, like, things that actually you could see the physical result of what you did. You could see your thought process. You were taught how to learn, not just how to pass the test. Once the Department of Education started getting their bonuses based on how the schools passed overall tests,
critical thinking skills.
And one of the, going back to Toxoplasmosis gondii, Toxoplasmosis gondii can affect critical thinking, rational thought. Like, you see a lot of these, and they call them crazy cat ladies. That's crazy cat lady for a reason, because they have a parasitic infection that makes them not think straight. So now you have a whole shitload of people that have this. And let's look at this real quick. Toxoplasmosis gondii and rational thought. Toxoplasmosis gondii can influence rational thought through potential impacts on cognitive functions like processing speed, memory, and executive function, and may also alter risk assessment and decision making. So you have all these people out here thinking that things can be things, X can be Y, Q can be arm wrestle, and why? What? That doesn't make any sense. Well, you know what? And going back to the I word, they didn't want to push an anti-parasitic like ivermectin on people when you've got a lot of people that are thinking the way you want them to think. And if this is the reason, if this right here is the reason, then you don't want that to go away, right? You want to make sure that you don't if you accidentally take ivermectin and get rid of these parasites, and then all of a sudden you start saying, holy shit, that's stupid. But yeah, that's right. It lowers cognitive performance, including impaired processing speed, memory, the likelihood of taking high risk activities, of taking on high risk activities, by potentially reducing fear of failure. So, like, people that go in and have their foreheads cut off and put on their butt cheeks, people wouldn't normally do this stuff, but if they're under the influence of bugs like Toxoplasmosis gondii, there's a lot of money to be made off of this. So you stop talking about parasitic infections. You stop doing quarterly parasite cleanses in the culture, and you just let it go away. And then now you've got a bunch of stupid people to sell stuff to, and it works. Yeah, so it reduces fear of failure.
Have you heard of a man who has a tumor in his brain that caused him to change his sexually attractive to KDS?
Oh, yes, I have. Jeez. Yeah, brain tumor that causes attraction to minors. Yeah, I thought it was. It's documented that damage to specific parts of the brain, such as the right orbital frontal.
That's very fascinating that you delve deeper into truths. I will subscribe.
Brother, let's do it. Let's get this done. Welcome to 110th grade. Tumors located in the orbital frontal cortex, a region involved in judgment, impulse control, and social behavior. So damage to that region has caused the sudden onset of pedophilic behavior in individuals with no previous history of such urges. This is considered acquired pedophilia. as distinct from the typical neurodevelopmental understanding of the condition. In documented cases, the urges have been reduced. So if we're talking about when something presses on a part of the brain,
Welcome, Prof. Adams.
They consider that damage. So, and I'm going to go back to parasitic infections. Why is it that some cultures are so prone to pedophilic behavior? If you can find parasites that affect the orbitofrontal cortex, and that stays in the society, and the
HTTPS U2BD8 is 0L5596 SSIA Pi ACF BZGMM Row 1J.
So how do you cause something to go from the future to the past? If I were at an intelligence agency and I heard there was a guy with the highest IQ ever recorded who was contradicting the liberal establishment agenda, I'd probably have a file on that guy. Have you had any run-ins with the...
Some interest has been shown.
Most of us have an IQ of 100, score in the 140 range, and you're in the genius to near genius category. 195 to 200, well, you're talking 1 in several billion people. Now, historians figure that Einstein and Franklin scored about 160, Darwin 165, Galileo 185, Isaac Newton 190.
That means Langan could possibly be the smartest person in the world.
So for those of us who have an IQ that's a little bit lower than yours, I'll admit it, with no false modesty and no undue confidence, the first question we have to establish, does God exist?
Yes. The reality has an identity, okay? The identity is that as which something exists, okay? Matter of fact, when you say the word reality, you're naming an identity. It is, you're identifying something. This.
I'm smiling because your answer on this is so beautiful. It just reminds me of Moses at the burning bush. And Moses at the burning bush says, "Who shall I tell the people that you are?" Talking to God. And God says, "Tell them I am that I am."
That's right.
I am identity itself. I'm being himself.
That's exactly right. That's what the CTMU says. It just comes up with the mathematical structure that you need to build a reality out of that. You see? So you come up with that identity and then you search it for its properties.
Yeah, this guy's incredible. I've actually seen the Michael Knowles interview with him. This entire thing, it's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. It's one reason I keep this so close to me. There's religiosity aside, books contain knowledge, and I talked about this a little bit yesterday, but how many countries bans the Quran? None. How many countries ban the Bible? 50, 52. Right? So the same thing with the knowledge we talked about earlier, like with parasitic infections. There's a reason. I don't care about your religiosity. I don't care about your theology. There's a reason that they don't want the books read. And because it goes against what they want to do. Even if you A and B something, and you say, when we teach a population this, we can get this to happen. If we teach a population this, we can get this to happen. If we stop them from reading this and start them to reading this, this happens. And there's been thousands of years to test these things. Well, at least 1,400 years for. But yeah, and it's absolute. If you look at things like this, the flagellomotor. The flagellomotor is the bacteria motor that can spin 200,000 RPMs to wiggle the little tails on on bacteria, the hairs, to move it through. It does 200,000 RPMs. If it needs more torque, it pulls in more torque-producing proteins. And this shit is amazing. If you don't think this was designed, then you need to take some ivermectin and knock them frickin' parasites out your brain. This is just an animation, but they have actual electron microscope animations of this.
This is not a mechanical structure, but a super engine crafted by nature. It can achieve speeds ranging from 22,000 to 100,000 RPM, with energy conversion efficiency far surpassing any engine ever built by humans. The bacterial flagellar motor is a nanoscale machine found in flagellated bacteria, composed of proteins with components functioning similarly to gears, rotors, stators, drive shafts, couplings, and clutches. The motor is powered by the movement of ions across the cell membrane, driven by an electrochemical gradient.
Sodium.
With slight modifications to certain proteins, the motor can reverse direction almost instantly or disengage from the propulsion system to allow the bacterium to remain stationary. This motor acts like a propeller, propelling bacteria forward.
The scary thing is you wouldn't know it when it enters your body.
At speeds of up to 60 times their body length per second, a feat comparable to a human sprinting 100 meters in just 1 second.
So, like, this is, and one of the very interesting things is that, and I wish I could find something that had some that would tell us about it. So these brown proteins at the top, this causes it to go forward and reverse. And if it needs more torque, it just says, hey guys, and it incorporates up to 13 more of those to get more torque. So if it goes through thicker areas of more dense liquids or areas of locales of liquid, and it's reversible, and it looks, I did my number one hobby is electrical engineering. I've got a hot air rework station right beside me. I've got Bitcoin miners, motherboards, Raspberry Pis, Arduinos, and this is an electric effing motor. An electric motor. And it uses the chemistry inside of our bodies. This is the type of stuff that pushed me over the edge when it comes to humans. Nanotechnology will never work. Bacteria, hold my beer. And it's absolutely amazing. And if you I wish it would show.
My question is,
Nature just released a video about a study of bacterial motor. Biological intelligence is amazing. We can see the flagellum motor is driving the whole flagellum to spin via its self-rotation.
And it's got O-rings.
And it can simply reverse the flagellum spinning direction by switching the gear track. Okay, please follow me for more interesting videos like this.
My question is, it systematic or conscious-like?
What? So if you're talking about the motor and the bacteria itself, the bacteria goes towards food. It wants things, and it feels around. It learns its environment. So it's a conscious thing. It won't go towards white blood cells. It'll go away from them. It knows when there's danger. It has fight or flight. There's no brains. It's absolutely whack-a-doodle. And the thing is, it's made from folded proteins. This is crazy. This pink surface here is the O-ring. That's where the cell wall of the bacteria would be. Cell wall? Cell wall? Cell membrane? Cell wall? I'm missing it. Hold on. E. coli bacteria. So these are the actual bacteria, and you can see the hairs on it, and it's those flagella motors. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yep. These long whip-like structures These are
Flagella are long whip-like structures that help cells swim, usually with only one or a few per cell.
Right. Bacteria have the most. Sperm have one. Sperm don't use this method. Sperm don't use the spinning method. They use a different method. So there's a different motor. This is where evolution comes into question, because you would expect or suspect that they both use the same flagellar propulsion device, considering they grow up a few millimeters or decimeters or from each other. Outer membrane. So right, so the outer membrane, cell wall. So cell wall. So the cell wall, right? Cell wall, the outer membrane. The outer membrane contains the flagella. And then there's just, look, there's just one strand of DNA on the inside. So this is a single-celled organism. So there's no brain cells, there's no nothing. And
Back Agenaro.
What up, Canada?
Have you read about tardigrades?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The everlasting gummy worms. I can't remember. Space bear, something bear, swamp bear, tardigrades. Yeah, they look like gummy worms. They're called, what's the these? So these worms, they're crazy as hell looking, and we've had them. Look at the face on these things. They look like it's wearing a space suit, and it can live in outer space for a while. So NASA has taken these guys into outer space, and they put them outside in the vacuum of space, brought them back in after a set amount of time, and when they got home and they got them under microscopes, hey, they're still alive and moving around. They've got hands, they've got claws. Look at this. This is the close-up right here. Look at these things. What, it's called a something bear. Look at this. Look at this thing.
No way, there's a poster of that at my work.
Really? I can see why. I can see why. Space bear. Wow.
Water bear, right?
Water bear. Water bear. Yes. Water bear. Yes. Water bears. Yes. 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 Water bears. But look at these things. Look at this frickin' thing. It looks like a butthole on the end of a frickin' worm with bear arms. Like, look at this. It looks like someone made it up. And it's so insulated that, like I said, it can live in outer space. And they don't die. Let's look into it a little bit. Tardigrade life cycle.
It looks like Italian brain rot.
It does, yes. Egg, juvenile, and adult is the life cycle. Let me get this shrunk down here a little bit. Almost there. There we go. Okay. All right. All right. Sexual or asexual. So if there's another water bear around, it's let's get it on. Let's get it on. And if not, it's like, oh, well, let's make some babies myself. Okay. In lifespan, wet environment can be a few months to a few years and decades or longer when in a dormant state, called cryptobiosis, during unfavorable conditions. Tardigrades in outer space. Tardigrades can survive outer space because they enter a dormant state called cryptobiosis, allowing them to withstand extreme conditions like the vacuum of space, radiation, and extreme temperatures. They curl into a ton, T-U-N, and suspend metabolic activity. They can stay this way for years. So you can dry them out like brine shrimp, like sea monkeys, and they'll just stay that way for decades.
Can you drink water bears by accident,
You
and
can.
can they survive in your stomach?
Well, let's look it up. Accidentally drinking water containing tardigrades is not a concern for them. It will not, your digestive process, it says, I'm sorry, that your digestive process will kill them. They're harmless to humans. They're not parasitic, don't carry any diseases. The digestive system is fatal. The human digestive system is capable of killing them. The enzymes and stomach acids, they're so common. They're so common everywhere on Earth. It's guaranteed you've eaten them. Can you consider yourself a true vegan if you drink?
For them. Are they protein?
For them. Oh, I'm sure that's all they are. Protein content of a tardigrade. Oh, well, that's actually telling us the type of protein that's created. But yes, that's all they basically are, is protein. Disordered proteins. Yeah, this stuff is... If you eat enough tardigrades, can you survive? It have no negative effect on you, as your stomach acids would digest them. It would just be like eating them. You've likely eaten them before. So a vegan can't... No, a vegan's not a vegan. No, you're definitely
So a vegan
eating
can't be truly vegan unless they give up water.
And the thing is, particulate water filtration can filter them out, but they don't die in fluoride or chlorine. But they're not parasites. That's what's crazy. Tardigrades are cute water bears. Uh-oh, hold on. Biology Stack Exchange says... So it says that it's possible that when they're in their ton state, their cryptobiosed form, there's no research determined if they can survive the stomach acids. But if they don't reach that form before they hit the stomach acids will destroy them. It takes time to they can't just boom, be in their protected form. They've basically got to force the water out of their system and dry themselves out. So it takes time for that to happen. So if you took up a glass of water and drank it, there's not enough time for them to become dormant before they hit your stomach acid. Yeah, and this stuff's absolutely amazing. But yeah, this is on the Biology Stack Exchange if anyone wants to look into it. But yeah, no, it's absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Can they survive in Mars?
They're probably in their dormant state, and then until 1,000 million trillion billion years, when an asteroid destroys Mars and sends pieces of it back to Earth, one of them could land and then rehydrate. Let's see. Tardigrades on Mars. No, it says it would not survive on Mars to thrive. They require liquid water, which is largely absent, and they can't reproduce without it. While they can survive there in their extreme conditions like the radiation and low pressure, they can't reproduce. So they would get there alive, and if they had enough water to regenerate, they would live until they died of old age. They need water to do cell division, is what I'm gathering here off of a brief. Yeah, but they need water in order for their asexual reproduction. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is. But yeah, so this is absolutely where we're at. Life, brother. Life is so
amazing.
It's so amazing. Dude, I've looked up so much stuff in my life. Like, can we outrun plate tectonics? Like, plate tectonics happen so slow. Like, there's this one theory about like the Earth recycles itself. One plate goes under, another plate goes down, gets dissolved in the mantle, or lower in the earth, and the rocks and minerals and everything dissolve or melt, and then it gets regurgitated back out as volcanoes and stuff. But that happens so slowly that it's not like if you sleep next to a fault line. I mean, at one point when they slip, there could be an earthquake and a rock slide, but it's not going to suck you down to the center of the earth. So humans can just keep moving every couple million years, 10 feet to the east or whatever. And so you can absolutely outrun plate tectonics. And we are in a very specific area in our local globular cluster that where we're located in the Milky Way. Okay, now if I can find a very tight image, there's a dead spot. A dead spot that if it wasn't this dead, we wouldn't be alive. And there's a reason that there's such a low percentage of possibilities for other intelligent life on other planets, because there's nowhere else that we can see or have seen that's so lightly peppered. The dead space in the Milky Way where we reside. Oh, let me do this. The local area where our solar system is in the Milky Way.
Lightly peppered.
Let's see if I can find something for you guys. Okay, right. So okay, here you go. So our location in the galaxy is significant. It appears like planetary systems galaxies have habitable zones. 95% of the Milky Way's suns are not able to sustain habitable planets because the orbit of the galaxy's path travels through deadly spiral arms. Any star that passes through one of these starry swarms is subject to deadly radiation from congested stars. Our own solar system orbits far enough from the center to keep it in sync with the rotation of the rest of the galaxy. Every other possible sun will whip through the arms and other suns and stars and be bombarded. Only area in the entire galaxy that's safe is the place we are in. So if there was people everywhere, they would have died going through this cycle. And our course on this cycle as we know it keeps us safe for as far as we can calculate. Our own solar system orbits far enough from the center to keep it in sync in the rotation with the rest of the galaxy, so it remains in the quieter space between the spiral arms. The Earth and its planetary siblings are well placed in a quiet, resource-rich niche of vast and complex galaxy. So, I can't remember what the name was for that, but let's try a quiet place. The quiet place in the Milky Way. It's saying supermassive black hole. But anyway, yeah, that's it's can they survive in Mars? Right? Yeah, sorry. Right. No, life's absolutely amazing. This stuff is no joke. If any of these things, if even the strength of gravity, and I believe it was off by 1 to 10 to the 123rd, if the written number, basically, if the number that makes up the strength of gravity was off by 1 to 10 to the 123rd, everything else would go to shit. Nothing would expand, and things would contract differently, and the whole world wouldn't work. It's called fine-tuning argument for life. And this is the thing that turns a lot of scientists into, maybe not turns them into, but turns them away from atheism and towards the possibility of a creator. It just seems too finely tuned, like where we're placing everything. But this stuff's absolutely amazing. It drives me crazy. It amazes me. Oh, damn it. It amazes me that it amazes me that that this stuff is the way it is.
Life is Roblox.
Life is, what's up, Shirts? What's up, Goktug? It's absolutely amazing. Let me see if I can find something real quick. What up, Spence? Como
Hola,
estás?
Richard, como estás en este hermoso día?
Hermoso día. Let me see where I was. Hugh Ross, fine tuning. Okay, let's see what he says here.
Stop what you're doing and check out this mind-blowing presentation by scientist Hugh Ross on the fine-tuning argument for God.
For example, to have life possible in the universe has to have a certain cosmic mass density. It has to have a certain space energy density. And we can measure how fine-tuned it must be in order for there to be any possibility of life anywhere in the universe. And it's at a level of 1 part in 10 to the 122nd power. And that far exceeds the best example of human engineering fine-tuned design by about a factor of 10 to the 97 times, which means the one that was responsible for that fine-tuning design must be more intelligent, more knowledgeable, more creative and powerful than we human beings.
Astrophysicist Hugh Ross shows how incredibly fine-tuned our
The mass of the universe must be exquisitely fine-tuned to get 94 naturally existing elements in the periodic table, and yeah, we need every one of them for advanced life to be possible. Body, for example, has 22 elements in it. Okay. And many of those elements are what we call vital poisons.
Right.
If you got too much in your body, they will kill you. If you got too few in your body, it will kill you. They have to be exactly at the right level. And we happen to be living on the one body in the universe where everything is exactly at the right level.
Right. So if there was a little too much more sodium, a little too much more titanium, a little too few iron, a little too much nickel, any of that, nothing works. Nothing works. And it's not because there's not too much iron or whatever on our planet. It's that if the distribution of this in our observable universe was different, then we wouldn't have what we need for the microcellular subcellular level, where like the sodium pathways that we were talking about earlier with the professor, like there wouldn't be enough to go around. No, absolutely.
So
yeah.
It's a miracle we're here now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Science doesn't disprove God, but prove.
It's an absolute miracle that we're here. Let me see. Okay, so here you go.
If you look at the fossil record, you notice it testifies of multiple mass extinction events quickly replaced by mass speciation events. And it happens about once every 30 to 35 million years, which is exactly the frequency you need to compensate for the brightening of the sun.
Adam is made from the dust of the earth. He's not created in the Garden of Eden. He's created, and then God causes the garden to grow. And when you look at the language in the original Hebrew, that language suggests normative growth.
By speaking
An
in
eighth
different
day is
languages.
coming when God creates again, but that's not until God eradicates evil. The flood happened during an ice age, and how you know that is Genesis 8. It took a whole year for the floodwaters to recede. When you look at God's goal to prepare the universe for us human beings, unless each step happens instantly, you run out of time to bring human beings upon the scene. Each step must happen instantly, or we don't get here. We need to be constrained to 3 dimensions of space and 1 dimension of time, and the 4 laws of physics in order for evil to be eradicated by God's hand.
There's quite a big elephant in the room that I feel like no one's addressing. I'm about to ask you about it.
Nobody knows how to define life. We can describe what is common among living systems, but we can't actually produce a workable definition for life.
God gave Adam and Eve a command, multiply and fill the earth. The command was repeated twice, and the story of Genesis 10 and 11 is humanity rebelling against that. So he forcibly scatters humanity all over Africa, Europe, and Asia.
How are you thinking about the future, knowing that people are trying to live forever?
At the end of the day, AI is never going to be like us, but the problem is people are going to probably think of AI as being like us.
Right. When people come up as atheists and they're studying evolution, what are the odds that we would have the fine-tuning from 3 billion years?
It's indistinguishable from winning the California lottery 200 consecutive times, where you only buy 1 ticket each time, or where you don't buy any tickets at all.
This shit's amazing. This guy.
AI is not that powerful, it's clearly obvious.
It's very powerful. It's so powerful, people are replacing people with it. People, maybe not in
AI is
who
stupid. The fact those companies prioritize speed over security is concerning.
I got to agree with you there, too.
When it comes to the fine-tuning argument, you can't just look at it from one narrow subdiscipline. And one of the common features of physicists, they tend to be focused,
through observation
not just
and experiments shaping our understanding, and history repeats itself.
I agree also.
Physics, but a very small sliver of physics. And this is where I think you come up with a compelling argument that the fine-tuning does point to a mind. It points to a mind that's got multiple specified purposes, and those specified purposes match what we see the Bible saying about the reason why God created in the first place, why he designed us the way he did. And a number of theologians I know, when they look at fine-tuning, they actually mesh it with the fact that when we look at nature, we see this mystery. We see this beauty.
Right.
We see this elegance
to
and
it,
this
and
symmetry.
we want the information.
And doesn't that say something about the causal agent that's behind all of this? And those are actually features of the characteristics of God that are described in the Bible.
So that's one thing that's interesting is why. Why does man crave knowledge? Why do we go forth? Why do we look out to the skies? Why do we do all these things? And in the Bible, to water it down, we're supposed to enjoy God's glory. If God's glory is his creation, if this is his big art piece, he wants to make sure we see the frickin' hairs or the strokes of the brush that painted the little one line on above the eyebrow of the Mona Lisa, like everything. And that's the way I see it. And it took me so long to get out of the we're in a simulation mode. But we are chasing knowledge like crazy, and if it wasn't for people believing, if people didn't believe that we were created, there would be nothing to look for. People were looking for God, and I think now with atheism in science, people are looking to disprove God. Either way, God's in the equation. Either you're doing this to prove him or you're doing it to disprove him. And either way, you're expanding the knowledge. So if good and evil are both, and you can define them as may, they both push us toward looking through telescopes, looking through microscopes. And it's amazing and it's great. And I tell you what, I've learned more in the past few years, and I know a lot of stuff. I've learned more in the past few years after saying, okay, I'm an idiot. This is silly. And the flagella motor is one of the things that pushed me that way. I spent so many times, dude, I've considered myself a god of electrons, making electrons do what I want them to do in silicon and germanium circuits. And I hated the fact that these got capped up.
The initial disposition of a person is to believe in God. Say something already.
You know what? I did. And then once I matured and I was a mature scientist, I was like, oh God, you silly Easter Bunny. And then I got into my late 40s and I was like, all right, what's going on here? The area between when we start gaining knowledge and we got a ton of knowledge, the knowledge, if anything was off by anything, and the thing that's so cool is running simulations. You can change Planck's constant. You can change the speed of light. You can change the pull of gravity and see what happens to a pretty good not standard deviation, a pretty good percentage of damn it, Richard, a pretty good probability that this is how things would happen, and that stuff was absolutely great for me. I'm trying to find this one in particular one where he listed off like 30 things. I might have already done it.
Margin.
There you go. So I need you guys, man. Let's see.
The constants and quantities of the universe, things like the gravitational constant, the cosmological constant, the strong and weak nuclear forces, are all set with mind-boggling precision.
Right.
If any one of these were altered even slightly, life as we know it would be impossible. Astrophysicist Hugh Ross has pointed out that the odds of all these constants being perfectly set up to support life is like 1 chance in 10 to the 138th power.
Okay.
To put that into perspective,
I said 123.
That's a number so large that it defies imagination. It's a 1 with 138 zeros behind it. Far more reasonable is the idea that an intelligence calibrated it all. Francis Collins, who's the former head of the Human Genome Project, echoes this in his book called The Language of God. Collins, who was once an atheist himself, describes how the intricate language of DNA, 3 billion letters spelling out the code of life in every cell, awakened in him a deep realization. He said, I cannot see how nature could have created itself. Only a supernatural force that is outside of space and time could have done that. Likewise, Jack Collins, my former professor at Covenant Seminary, no relation to Francis, reminds us that belief in God is not a leap into the absurd, but a step into the most reasonable explanation for the world we actually inhabit. In his writings, Dr. Collins shows how Scripture welcomes rational inquiry and honest wrestling. As he wrote in his book on faith and science, faith, according to the Bible, is not a leap in the dark. It's a warranted trust, a trust based on good and sufficient reasons.
Right. So if you know people are liars and you just go by the rules, and it says liars are not good. And then you have things like COVID, where you had so many liars that were lying about so many things and calling it science because they could get away with it.
HTTPS U2B8KMZHYWUOCSIKF3NFRKDSPIULGMT96.
Not right now, Spencer. So when it gets down to it, when it gets down to everything, and you decide why you're doing science. If you're doing science to try to find God, you're doing it for a personal pursuit that doesn't hurt anybody. If you're doing it to get rich because you're an atheist and when you die you just go to mud,
XD.
then you don't care a lot of times who you hurt in the process. And you could start saying things like wear 3 masks, stand 6 feet apart, and just start spouting off bull that has nothing to do with actual science. So searching in science for the pursuit of finding the person that made you, I find it easier to talk to scientists that don't lie to me. And the problem, okay, so let's talk about this real quick. Let's talk about the primordial soup lie. Okay, they said that they put a bunch of gases in a big beaker, whatever they thought was there at the beginning of Earth, and they started putting sparks into it. And then, whatever, a couple of years later, they looked inside and they found proteins. Well, that was all bullshit. So what they did is they did the experiment and they found a mass of shit. In that mass of shit, they found one so things are chiral, left-handed and right-handed. They found both blended together, but they said, oh, in order for my equation to work, I need this one. This is messy. Let me order fresh, sterilized, sanitized, left-handed chiral, blah, 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 blahs. Then they start the experiment from that point. So they didn't let the experiment run from beginning to end. They kept acting like God. And they stopped the experiment. They found something they wanted. They cleaned up everything else. Then they bought fresh reagents and whatnot in order to keep going. This is what pissed me off because they didn't want to find God. They wanted to disprove God and they had to lie to do it. That's what you call being deceitful. So if someone that was just looking for God didn't find it in there, then they would say, yes, the result of this experiment is it ain't gonna work. But what do? They modified their experiment. Let me see if I can find some information while I'm talking about it so you don't think I'm talking about math. The primordial soup lie experiment.
Did life originate in a warm little pond? That's what Charles Darwin said. A warm little pond in which chemicals spontaneously assembled themselves into living cells. It's magic. But you've been told that scientists have done experiments that showed how life's building blocks could have formed spontaneously. The Miller-Urey experiment is the famous one. But here's what you need to know. It's a hoax. First, the experiment also produced many toxic substances that would have killed off the life. Second, it didn't explain how the amino acids could assemble themselves into long chains of complex information that are necessary to make proteins. Third, Miller-Urey didn't show how other molecules, also essential to life, might have formed. And fourth, the experiment didn't explain how proteins and those other molecules might have assembled themselves into a living cell. Plus, did you notice it took scientists messing with stuff to make things happen? Miller-Urey fails to tell us how life could have begun in the primordial soup. Life does not emerge from non-life. It's designed.
Right. So this is the thing here, going back to what I was saying. These are people playing God. if you play God, especially because now for 60, 70 years, 62 years since the Miller-Urey experiment, I believe. 53, it was in 1953. So, let me do this again real quick. Miller-Urey hoax. Miller-Urey hoax. I know we're watching the same thing.
If you look up the Miller-Urey experiment, they'll always show you the equipment before it started. You know, which is this gleaming glass apparatus.
Right, there it is.
When the reaction is over, the inside of the glass is covered with this red, oily compound. And around the electrodes is a black carbon deposit. And that's where most of the carbon winds up. The amino acids they find are very dilute in the solution. And so Miller, actually did the experiment over time and took samples as he went. And he noticed in the beginning, the amino acids would build up in concentration, and then they would plateau for a while, and they would go back down at the end as the synthesis reaction slowed down. And so obviously something else was going on. It is, as you say, the amino acids are reacting with sugars that would be produced.
Look how easy it is to make great globs of this stuff, the molecules of life.
Most people think you get these amino acids and that's all that you had there. And then if you needed it to be chiral, they would selectively crystallize out, and then those crystals would find themselves all purified and ready to go. These are such sludges that they're totally unusable.
You basically get what we call a TAR in prebiotic chemistry, which is just an undifferentiated mess of a whole bunch of organic molecules that we can't identify.
We can't even use them in our laboratory, let alone on an early Earth being done in a pool somewhere on the side of the ocean.
Right. So this is the bullshit. This is the scams. People went to school, they got drunk at college, they were having sex, and they were doing drugs, and they were like, I want to be somebody. And nothing matters because there's no God. So sex, drugs, and rock and roll, let's do it. How can I get more of this money stuff? I got an idea. And this is the stuff that happens. Now, I'm not saying that people with a solid theology are always honest. But this is so dishonest, so intellectually dishonest. This should have been shut down after the first few days because it's obvious. And they knew that it was obvious. But when you add people onto your paper, you add false credibility. If you can get 2 people or another person or 10 people to lie with you, mRNA, then people will believe it. And then people don't want to waste time, so they don't replicate it. And the thing is, when they do start to replicate it and they say, hey, I'm redoing the Miller-Urey experiment, they get a call and they say, hey. And then they say, yup, confirmed, there's no God. Send me more money. Look, I think I can make tardigrades. Government, just send me $10 billion and I'll do it. Oops, I couldn't do it, but thanks for the money. This is the way it works. The reason that I appreciate churches that take money and donations is they create schools that aren't trying to disprove God. And even if I'm not religious, it gives me a yin and a yang. It gives credibility and be able to disprove liars because you need the money. The governments are the ones that have the money and the large endowed universities that have the money. So this stuff pissed me off, dude. I believe this since I was a freaking kid. They sold their afterlife for this life.
They sold their afterlife for this life.
I would bet. Let's see. Did Miller or Urey end up being religious before death? Urey, you are. look at this. They ended up being conventionally religious. They identified as atheists or non-believers for most of their adult lives through upbringing and influence and moral. So he was an atheist liar scientist, and then he convinced himself, oh shit, it didn't start like this. It didn't start with lightning hitting a little pool on the side of the road. And then he ended up finding God. If you search long enough, or if you search long enough to prove there's not a God, you're going to find out that the math doesn't work. We're created. So both of them, that's absolutely crazy. And you know, it's like so the guy that we watched before, Hugh Ross, he also atheist scientist. You know, when did Hugh Ross become religious? Okay, so after 17, okay, at the age of 17, after skeptically studying. So he was an atheist until 19. So he was a skeptic. He wanted
They
to
tried to bury the truth but failed.
Right, because eventually there's too many people. It gets too easy to tell the truth, and it's too easy and it becomes too cheap, so cheap to hide the truth. So you get a lot of people that finally replicated the studies. No one could afford to do these studies except for private companies, and they had interests. So he was a skeptic until he was 19. He committed his life to Christ. So, but at 17, while a skeptic, he began private study of all the world's religions, looking for scientific accuracy and consistency, particularly in the Bible. At 19, he committed. After college, his professional career as an astrophysicist continued at a time, but eventually he transitioned to full-time ministry to communicate the compatibility of science and faith. Now, look, I didn't mean for this to become a come to Jesus stream. But when we start talking science and lies, there's a reason there's lies in science. And there's a reason that these lies get brought to the forefront. You have people that are God-fearing. And when I say God-fearing, they think that the goodness of their eternity bases on not lying to God and God's people. So you have people that go through their adult lives, their professional lives, being liars and trying to disprove God. And it's usually because people are church hurt, people that got molested in the church and stuff along those lines. And then they spend their whole life trying to disprove God, because to them, there's no way there's a God, because the person representing God right here in the church touched me, you know? So you get a lot of church hurt people, and then you get a lot of people that and that's evil. That's 100% evil. That's somebody that's falsely representing who they are in order to get around children. But yeah, this Hugh Ross. This isn't. There's a lot that notable atheist scientist turned Christian. And there's just lists and lists and lists and lists and lists and lists and lists. Schrodinger, Tipler, McGrath. I don't know who Sigard is. Raynaud from Raynaud's syndrome. Smalley, Mayer. There you go. Scheisler. I don't know who Eccles is. Eccles. Mortimer Adler, Glenn Brinsky, and then there's Hugh Miller. So these people that go out there, they started off as atheists and everything pointed the way. So the thing is, if you don't believe in God enough that you go disprove it, and then you end up saying, how else could this have worked? Especially for engineering. My father was an engineer. My father was a rocket scientist, Johns Hopkins Avery Propulsion Research Laboratory. And when you try to build things with your hands, with your microscopes, with your electron microscopes, with your chemistry set, and you say, wow, just spilling these two things together makes this. But you rarely these forms outside of a lab. The Earth isn't a lab. The Earth is a mix of everything that's held apart from other things. And, that's why you can find two different
HTTPS U2BJ0KPMXDDKASI065JRJ46VDZSRC.
Uh-oh. Oh, damn it. HTTP.
How old is the universe?
Let me check on that. It looks like the answer is about 14 billion Julian years.
Okay. There's our answer. I come from a very religious family, which means I was raised to believe a literal interpretation of the Old Testament, where the universe was created in 6 days, Moses parted the Red Sea, and Jonah spent 3 days in the belly of a whale and lived to talk about it. Trouble is, I also grew up loving science. And in science, you have to have evidence to substantiate your claims. You can't just take them on faith. For a long time, I thought that, all right, it's going to be science or Judaism. It can never be both.
The reason why it's so hard to reconcile science and religion sometimes is because you have to go really deep.
I think some of those conflicts may not get resolved in our lifetime.
A lot
the war between
work.
science and religion.
Science versus God? You don't seem to need a God to create a universe.
Scientists do need God.
Science versus religion. What the opening statements commence.
I've often felt my religious and scientific sides to be at odds with one another. And looking around America today, it's not difficult to see conflict between science and religion. Why that is, or even if that is, depends on who you ask. My friend Bethany, for example, who was raised Christian and is a chemistry major like me, has no idea what I'm talking about.
As far as like creation and things like that, I could easily see God starting the world with a big bang. If scientifically that makes sense, I think it would fit with the Bible. I think that some people have a more rigid view of things than I do, and sometimes they're not as cool with the science and the religion working together.
Apparently, most scientists aren't cool with it. In 2009, the Pew Research Center interviewed members of the American Association for the Advancement of Science about their religious views. They found almost half of those interviewed did not identify as religious, compared to only 17% of the general population. Why might that be?
I feel impressed me even going back to the middle school
Why
days
does so many
some of the strict
scientists
things the
not
Bible
believe
said
in God?
about the creatures that populate the earth and Noah's Ark. I would have told you that's crap.
That's John Finnerty, a professor of biology. Finnerty was raised Catholic, but he was never able to reconcile the worldview he learned from science with the worldview of the church.
It became crystal clear to me that science and religion were largely in conflict intellectually when you think about faith. And so I know in the Catholic Church, faith is extolled as the greatest virtue. So belief in something in the complete absence of evidence. Belief in something in the complete absence of evidence is a grave mortal sin to a scientist. I mean, you cannot do that.
Faith is not the absence of questions, it's dealing with questions and still believing.
Right.
That's Benjamin Abrams, my academic advisor. Unlike Dr. Finnerty, he doesn't see a conflict between faith and his science.
One of the things I love about teaching chemistry is that for the most part, you really can't see it. You can't see what's going on. Macroscopically, you can, like color changes, gas evolution is great. But I'm talking about the really small stuff, like the quantum stuff. We can get all sorts of indirect information that lets us try to understand it.
You can never prove a mechanism.
But you can't prove a mechanism. You can't see it. If you don't see a parallel with that in
faith
Judaism,
when you mix two things together, it'll work.
But
then sometimes it doesn't.
There's something deeper there.
It's actually not that surprising that neither Bethany nor Dr. Abrams really see a conflict between religion and science. That same Pew survey found that scientists in the field of chemistry were the most likely to be religious. I also study chemistry, but I feel that conflict every time I step into the lab. I try to explain this to Bethany. The biggest conflict would be when people interpret the Bible, or for me would be the Old Testament, right?
Right, the
Torah. Literally. And there are certain literal interpretations that outright conflict with what we know about physics. For example, miracles.
Behold his mighty hand!
How can someone who understands the principles of science accept the idea of miracles, which by definition defy the laws of nature?
Supernatural.
I brought that question to Mohammed Zaman, a professor of biomedical engineering and a practicing Muslim.
I think it's always going to be there in terms of miracles and how we interpret them. You have to reconcile them in many ways as a person of faith, and that reconciliation may not be literal. For me, it's more about the meaning. It's the message, whether it is the story of Moses or the story of Abraham or anybody else. I think it's the value that they present as opposed to the miracle itself. Because religion is not just about miracles, it's also about values. It's also about doing the right thing.
I get that. I do. In fact, that stuff, the non-miraculous stuff, is why I love my religion. Coming to school here, the biggest comfort that I've had is the Jewish community. It's made me feel safe. Having this kind of home away from home it's been really important, and I don't ever want to lose that. But it can be hard feeling like you're 100% a part of something when you can't participate in all the conversations. You're always holding back a little. I've always had a problem with the spirituality component of the religion. I'm just not wired that way.
Yeah, I think I've sort of come to a similar place. I almost feel like some of the beliefs that are held about spiritual questions become a real impediment to things that the community as a whole might want to do. One of the things in the Catholic faith, as I was brought up, sometimes there's too much thinking about the afterlife, right? So if you're concerned mainly about the afterlife, well, maybe you can suffer some serious problems here and not necessarily do anything about them. And so it gets in the way a lot of times of effective community action against problems that we actually have the power to solve.
Dr. Zaman, on the other hand, sees his faith as a call to action, not an impediment to it.
It's more about trying to find things that are in need of help, and my faith allows me to do that. Sometimes it means taking on problems which affect poorest of the poor, even though there is no funding for that. But most importantly, Jeremy, I don't see myself as being 10% scientist and 10% religious and 10% this. I think this amalgam of various values that I have are all coming together because of this integration of religion and science.
The integration of religion and science. This is what I feel like I'm missing. I want them to work together. I want to be able to apply a critical thinking lens to Judaism, to science. I also want to bring some of that comfort to the scientific world. Science doesn't have to be cut and dry. I get very emotional about my experiments. I get very excited when they work out, and I'm distraught when they don't work. These are two really important things to me, and I want them to work in unison.
You know, just like you pray the morning prayers in the morning, the evening prayers in the evening, you do your science in the science lab and not in the synagogue. But it doesn't mean you leave your belief in something greater than you, your excitement for and passion for Judaism in the synagogue. It just means that looks differently in the science lab.
I think it's coming to terms with that conflict. It's perfectly fine to have conflict. I mean, a little bit of conflict is actually important to create a sense of creativity. And for me, for example, Jeremy, it's an opportunity to learn more on both directions. But as long as you're doing that with the right intention, right? So you have to tell yourself that I'm doing it not because I want to prove one over the other, but I'm genuinely curious. I'm going to be open-minded about it. Then I think you'll find it to be more exhilarating than troubling.
So maybe reconciling science and religion isn't the point. I wanted to find a way for religion and science to work together. Maybe this is how they work together. Here you have two very different ways of being curious and asking questions about the world. And because you can't reconcile them, it keeps you curious, keeps you asking questions. Maybe that's a good thing.
Personally, I'm not convinced there's a resolution out there to this conflict that I feel. But if there is, I'll believe it when I see it.
So the thing that I have done in my own practices is, and what's made it made schooling or educating myself more exciting, is that once I came to terms with the fact that there's no way this is an accident, when you learn stuff, it's not like, okay, cool, I'm going to pass the test. It's like, holy, the person, place, thing, Jamalama, Jim Jong that created this is pretty freaking amazing. It's amazing that all this stuff works together. It's amazing that we have dirt. It's amazing that we have tar. We have sodium and water, or lithium and water, that when mixed together, they explode. And the dirt or the oil will keep them apart. Or else, if water was just flooding over everything, all of the sodium would have reacted with the water. So the planets work in such a way that they keep the elements apart or bonded to something that makes them non-reactive. And there's tools on Earth to reverse these things, and we were given the ability to be able to figure this out. If we started off staring at mud huts and don't have metals, metal tools or houses or anything, and now we've got universities and we've got apparatus, we invented these things because we had the thought. We invent them in our mind before we invent them with our hands. And it's amazing that we can invent these things, and we have gone so far as a people with
I'm
the
back.
tools,
I back up.
the tools that are here. What up, brother man? With the tools that are here. So that's this is the type of stuff that like where did the information come from? We evolve if the evolution thing ends up being true, which it's actually looking less and less like it is now, and especially in the past 5 years. There's local evolutions, but it doesn't seem like there's full on, like, from a bird to a human evolution. And everywhere there was found proof ended up being a hoax, like the Piltdown Man and Lucy, the Lucy hoax.
I bumped into a wall and scratched my truck pretty bad.
Oh, brother. So the Lucy hoax here, this jaw right here. Let me see if I can do this. They put a human jaw on a monkey's head, and when it wasn't until they were trying to get DNA, because this was done, before the ages of DNA testing, when they went to drill the tooth out, there was still meat in the tooth. There was still
The wall
root.
was my ex-girlfriend's house.
So here's another lie, right? They say, hey, here's the half human, half monkey thing that proves it. And it wasn't proof, it was a lie, it was a hoax. So we don't have any evidence. Everything that was a lie. And if the devil's a deceiver, then if the devil doesn't want us finding God, or people that are evil they make things like this. They make distractions that say, okay, well, I guess God didn't do it. I guess a mud puddle did it, and then we turned from monkeys into humans. So people do this because they want more scientific research money, and they want their name to be known around the world. It's wackadoodle stuff. I forgot what I was going to look up before this, but I'll think of it. But the dishonesty is incredible. Oh yeah, sorry. Here you go. Let's do this. Let me go back here a little bit. Let me take this stuff off.
The STEM field can be very
sodium
corrupt.
and water. Okay.
Boom. So this is sodium metal, which is literally one of the most reactive metals in the whole world. Like, it's actually bare soft and squishy and that. You can literally squash it with
You
your
can
fingers.
chew it like gum, except it'll blow up in your
as
mouth.
well. It's a mad thing. So the outside is all dark and that because it's reacting with air, but the inside is all shiny and nice, as you can see there, mad thing. So basically, you can drop it in water, and what happens is the sodium reacts with the hydrogen and the oxygen in the water to form sodium hydroxide. And also, we can see some gas being given off there that's being released. So that's hydrogen gas there. See a bit of fire in that. It's lit still. It's mad, bro. But yeah, so sodium hydroxide is an alkaline, and we can test for it using the pH indicator.
So the air reacts with the sodium and puts a protective layer around the sodium metal. that protects it. And then so when mud and stuff gets pushed up against it, the water can't react with the sodium because of the layer that's on the outside. But if you cut into it and then mix it with water, it'll explode. It'll convert into heat and hydrogen gas. And then that will explode. So it's like the poisons that were made. If we were a big puddle of ocean, the sodium would never have mixed with something else to create life. It would have exploded, turned into hydrogen, blew up, and then everything would have just mixed and started over again. This is what that other experiment didn't show, this type of stuff. And that's not just sodium. It's also potassium and lithium that also when mixed with water. So the creator made a way that these metals...
It's like an explosive fart.
It's like a very explosive fart. Potassium and water. Oh, here he is again.
Alright, boom. So man's got some potassium metal there, innit? Highly reactive, trust me. So potassium's a group 1 alkali metal like sodium and lithium, innit? But it's even more reactive though. Mad thing. So because potassium's on a group 1 thing, it's soft and squishy like sodium. In fact, it's even softer than sodium. Mad thing. Potassium has a dark grey layer on the outside because it reacted with the oxygen in the air to form potassium oxide, innit? But the inside is bare shiny and that, you don't know. So we're going to put it into some water and that, man, just pouring it up, you don't know. Alright, cool. So potassium metal reacts with hydrogen and oxygen in
instantly
water
turns plus
to
into
form
flames
potassium
water.
hydroxide, which is an alkaline, innit? Hydrogen gas is also released and it burns with a purple flame, don't know. Alright, boom.
So the oxygen in the air reacts with it to give it a protective oxide layer so that it doesn't do this. So if you cut it, or if you use a chemical process to get rid of that layer, it'll just explode and it turns into hydrogen gas. So we wouldn't have the element anymore. The element, well, it would have converted to potassium hydroxide in water and heat, fire, and hydrogen gas. So it doesn't work. It doesn't work. The elements aren't available like that because they have layers on them and things. So you can't just say in a lab, if I mix potassium with this, I get this, just like it says in the body. It doesn't work outside of the lab because of these poisons. So it's all bullshit. It's always been bullshit. You have people that want to get people away from looking towards God, and so they think of experiments that work in a lab where they act like God. I don't see
Bet you got me on the chat.
What happened? You got me on the chat. The explosive fart. You don't see Bet? Oh, I don't know why. I got him. You might have to go to live chat. Let me see. Yeah, I don't know. I see him. He's not hidden. He's not timed out. He's not deleted. I mean, obviously he's been posted. Do you not see him? Is that what you're saying?
Most people can't see me on chat.
Really? You know what? Okay, I don't know. Bet you got me. I wonder if the letters of your name, like Betug, I wonder if that's a cuss word in another language, so it hides your name. Because if I go back to normal chat, you disappeared.
Oh, do you need to activate all message?
Oh, there you go. Maybe. Yes, right. So if you'll see the little drop down that'll say live chat, and you can click on that, and you can change it from live chat to top chat. Or click on top chat and change that to live chat, and then he pops up. I didn't know he was here until he chatted, and the speech chat said his name. So then I had to change it to find him. I thought maybe I had blocked him before, so I checked it, but I never blocked him. So it's probably in YouTube's spam filter, which takes out cuss words, so you can't put like head or stain or whatever. You know, so I'm guessing that like maybe a mixture of the letters in his name, like BETUG or something like that, might be Oh, there you go. I got blocked a couple of times.
I got blocked a couple times.
Here from me? It doesn't show it in the history. Maybe it goes away after a certain time. But anyway, so this is the kick-ass thing. Oh, another chat. So
no other chats.
Well, it shouldn't even let. If you were blocked here, you should block. You shouldn't be able to say anything. Yeah, that's weird. But this is the kick-ass stuff, and this is the stuff they don't teach you all of this stuff. And when you go to school for chemistry, they'll teach you this stuff, but not the other stuff. So it's until you got a vast amount of knowledge that you can come to the conclusion that all
we
this.
Can't see who it talking to. LOL.
I'm gonna show. All right, let me show you something real quick. A way you can do it. Let me go to myself here. Channel. All right, where is it? Oh, I can't find it either. Where's that? Yeah, he's not. I'm on the phone looking at my chat, and I can't see him on there either. Shut up, Richard. How do you change the chat type?
Alicia, you look pretty. Don't tell her I said that.
She heard you. But I tell you what, the interesting thing.
You need to go to filter settings.
Yeah, I couldn't find it. Yeah, and then you go to live chat, right? Where's the filter settings at? Okay, all right. So here, let's do this. Okay, so the three dots in the upper corner, click that, and then you have to scroll up here and go to live, and then click on live chat. Turn that on.
I heard you, LOL.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know if you knew where it was. But let's see. So then there's lithium also on the planet, right? So if lithium mixed with water, it would just explode and go away. But because there's a way that it can react with the oxygen in the air and create that level, and then it goes even further. If there wasn't enough oxygen, the correct percentage of oxygen in the air, then there wouldn't be enough for us to breathe and for all the people on the planet to breathe, and all of the sodium, potassium, and lithium to grow that layer. And so there's got to be the right amount of oxygen. If there was too much, then it would convert all of the lithium to lithium oxides, and then you wouldn't be able to get other things out of it. So it's like there has to be the perfect amount of just talking about those three elements, lithium, potassium, and sodium. If there was, and just talking about oxygen. And it's like it's like if all of this stuff wasn't prescribed exactly the way they are, this shit wouldn't work. You wouldn't have enough available sodium in your body. You wouldn't have enough available sodium to convert to sodium chloride, which is salt, which you need in your body. All of this stuff is absolutely required for life on Earth. We've found places in the planet, places around like Mars and stuff.
Just like how we can't survive in Earth back when dinosaurs were around, right?
Right. So the Earth was too hot, so then you couldn't have precipitation of not just water, but also precipitation of other chemicals. Like if you know anything about distillation, when you take crude oil, you distill it at different temperatures, you get different things. At one temperature, you get gasoline. At one temperature, you get jet fuel. At one temperature, you get kerosene. At one temperature, you get fuel oil. At one temperature, you get Vaseline and shit like this. So when it was too hot, those reactions wouldn't happen. It's only been where we cooled down to this point that we were able, that these reactions were able to happen. But the thing is, we didn't evolve when the conditions were right. It just happened. before we show up in the fossil record, there is no humans below that. And we've dug for miles and there is no humans. We just showed up. It's not like, and it's not like you find a bunch. And the thing is, how did humans get here? It wasn't baby skeletons that were found, and we had to be old enough to have sex in order to reproduce. So it's just like how it says in the Bible. And now, like I said, they might actually be talking about Adam and Eve, like it wasn't just two people. Maybe there was, there was men and women here. But the thing is, there had to be people in an instant, and they had to have been told what to do or given the instinct. Hey, there's only a few of you. Stick your ding ding in.
Good morning. Just woke up. It's 0640 here.
Yeah, it's 1:40 a.m. here, Lamb. Dude, you missed a good stream, dude. And this way we're going 5 hours, and this is the second stream. Yeah, second stream. Yeah. But so like the way everything works, the fine tuning is it's just absolutely amazing that it's almost like, and I think I used to, back when I was an atheist, I used to think stuff like, okay,
going super deep tonight.
Well, we're going super deep. When we were, this is what I used to think. We've been around forever, and we ruined the earth. So at one point, someone like Elon Musk built rocket ships and sent some people, a rocket ship worth of people, to Mars.
This looks like a streamathon.
We repopulated Mars, then we destroyed Mars by whatever climate change or whatever. So then somebody like Elon Musk on Mars built a spaceship to get us to Earth, and then we're just bouncing around between like Earth and Mars. That's why people just show
finger
up.
Red number one, finger red number one, finger red number one.
Right. But the thing is about that is we would have found fossils of the thousands of years before. So if the Elon Musk of 10,000 years ago sent us to Mars, the bodies and fossils of us, because we found millions of years, we found fossils that are very, 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 very old of dinosaurs. So if there was also humans before we screwed up Earth and had to go to Mars, then we should have still found fossils. We found zero. We find we find thousands, tens of thousands of fossils every day. There's millions of paleontologists digging, and we found no human bones from beyond like 10,000 years ago. So it's like, and this is what back when I was an atheist, I was so staunch in saying that there wasn't a God, that we had just always been here. But then I think to myself, if we were always here, we still had to get put here. We still had to get here, and that's the whole thing. Like even before the 10,000 year ago Elon Musk, we had to get here somewhere. And it's absolutely amazing. And the things that are so cool is when you've got the time to look into everything: astrophysics, freaking standard physics, cosmology, cosmetology, chemistry.
Gasoline is essentially dinosaur oil.
You want to hear something crazy? You can make oil from plastic. So going back to the theory that I was just telling you about,
nothing deep tonight then, LOL.
So I was thinking that we were jumping back and forth between Mars and Earth, and all the plastics that were developed on Earth before we ruined it and had to go to Mars. The heat storm, the global warming melted all the plastic back into oil, and this actually works. It's called plastic pyrolysis, microwave pyrolysis. So you can take plastic bags, plastic toys, and you put them in a microwave oven basically, and it will turn into crude oil. So I thought that's why we have one layer of oil back where the dinosaurs were supposed to be, but that wasn't the dinosaurs. That was when we had plastic bags before we ruined the Earth last cycle, before we went to Mars. And then now that we finally came back, we dug down and we found, that plastic. So let me show you this real quick. And this guy's also from Atlanta, and I'm in Atlanta. Microwave pyrolysis of plastic. Let me find. There we go. Nature Jab. He's in
This is my Mark 4.5. Say it with me. Microwave.
Man, this sounds so much like a conspiracy theory.
Humanity, I am on track to build the world's very first solar powered, continuous microwave pyrolysis reactor.
So he made a big tube, put a bunch of microwave fucking what are they called? Microwave waveforms, waveguides. I can't remember what they're called, but in there, so he took a bunch of microwaves, he put them along this tube that's got a corkscrew on the inside. So he puts plastic in one side, and as it gets pulled through, the microwaves hit it, and then it turns it into, it vaporizes, it turns it into a gas, and then he distills it, and he decides what temperature to distill it at, so then he can get kerosene, diesel, gasoline, whatever, and he calls it like plastiline for gasoline, plastidieseln for diesel, and so you can take all the plastics, like all the plastics we're making out, if we ruined the earth because of climate change, then eventually the earth would get real hot. All the plastic that was on the earth, all the bags that we threw everywhere and all that would melt and it would pool up. And then the next time in 100,000 years or 10,000 years, when we came from Mars back to Earth, that would be ready for us to pump up again. So all of this stuff works out. We can convince ourselves that this is what happened rather than just saying, but still, it had to start somewhere. So I convinced myself of a lot of crazy shit. Dude, right, man, right. Sounds too much like a conspiracy theory. But this guy's actually legit. This guy, his name's Nature Jab, and he's great. He makes natural deodorant. He makes he's got this whole pyrolysis. Dude, right. And all this was just to try to prove that there is no God. And you know what ended up happening? I found out that there has to be a creator. None of this would work without it. We wouldn't have the materials. So the whole point is, even when the Elon Musk of 10,000 years ago flew us back to Earth, the shit still needs to be here for us to create everything else to get back.
My mate runs a company that makes new roads from plastic. Toby McCartney.
That's pretty cool. And in Gaza, they do this same thing. Like with pyrolysis, just means with fire or heat. So in Gaza, they take when we recycle plastic in America, it gets sent over to places like Gaza. They take that recycled plastic and they have children over stoking a fire using plastics to make the fire. Then use that fire to melt plastics in a big reaction vessel.
McCrever is his company.
Look it up. Mac rubber. Like rubber. Lockerbie. Sustainable polymers for asphalt. That's pretty freaking cool. He's done TED Talks.
He's done TED Talks.
But yeah, so the thing is, when you learn everything, as much as you can about everything, and that's the weird thing about teaching kids, is they go into one discipline. They decide what they're going to major in. I decided I'm going to major in everything. And then, it took me till I was almost 50 years old, but I figured it out. But I made a decision to prove it or not prove it, and then you gain just like court, you can't prove because you don't have any video that I killed this person, and you can't prove that if you have video that it wasn't AI. So you have to look at the evidence to say, did I kill this person? Did I do this or do that? And so everything comes down to evidence. Nothing, you can't prove anything. So there's enough evidence that there was a creator. And then you have to say, okay, now let's look at all the world's religions. Which one makes the most sense to me? And that's exactly what I did. But other than that, that's just cool. It's just so cool that and then once you start to get into the religious thing, and then you start to get into the good and evil thing, you realize that all of this shit, all these lies, all this, men can be women, and it's all evil. It's all evil. And then you start looking into aliens, and you're like, or you read about this whole gender non-conforming thing, and then you say, in the Bible, who had no gender? And the only people that didn't have genders in the Bible were angels and demons. So you're like, okay, well, that checks out. That checks out that you got all these demonic people.
https YouTube BYQ3FTG JP28SI0
warned about beheading Japan's prime minister. Vicious words being exchanged between the two countries. The dirty head that sticks itself in must be cut off. Things turned so ugly that China has warned Japan of a crushing defeat, and even issued a travel advisory warning its citizens not to visit Japan.
Sanae Takaichi says an armed attack on the island would be a survival-threatening situation.
The only reason Japan pissed China off so much is because it hit China's most sensitive nerve. Not once, but twice. It's so sensitive it would hate getting it exposed on YouTube and would try to bury it in the algorithm. Except you can help us by clicking on the like button. Thank you. The storm began brewing a few months ago with a political shift. On October 21st, 2025, Sanae Takaichi became Japan's first female prime minister. At 64 years old, she stepped into power at a time when Japan's politics were unstable and the world around it was becoming tense. Within just a few days after taking office, she announced an unexpected plan. Japan would
Get the 20% cashback Black Friday offer when you pay
speed up its plan to spend 2% of its GDP on defense by the end of 2025, instead of waiting until 2027. That number may sound small, but for Japan, this was historic. For more than 40 years, Japan has followed an unwritten rule. Its defense spending should stay around 1% of its GDP. It was a symbol of its pacifist identity after World War II. So when Prime Minister Takaichi decided to double that target, it wasn't just a financial change, but a sign that Japan's mindset was shifting. This seemed aggressive, but it's not the real reason behind the current chaos, because that began with a statement that hurt China to its core. The new prime minister said that if China attacks Taiwan, Japan will not stay silent and may even deploy its self-defense forces to protect its security. This was Japan's firm stance on Taiwan,
that's no good.
And the first reason it pissed off China the most. Experts say Japan seemed too overconfident, and believe it or not, Japan has less chances to stand against China. But in reality, Japan has a good reason to be so firm against the mighty dragon.
Do you want to hear something that's really crazy? So China is a communist country, and a lot of communists around the world look to China to say, we can do communism in our country, but we'll do it better than China. The problem with China is they're liars. China supposedly has 1.8 billion people. Well, new satellite footage shows that they probably have 500 million. So their communism has killed off over 1 billion people. And so this is the largest death, the largest, and you can tell by oxygen levels, and we've got sensors in satellites and stuff to tell approximately what's going on. Yeah, dude. So look at this.
Oh my God.
Look at this. China's probable 500 million person population. All right, let me see if I can find it. Okay, so this is March 27th, and Vanishing billion. What China's real population today? I've previously had estimated to be no more than 900 million, then changes to 800. The truth is, and then this goes on to say, the truth is, it looks like to be closer to 500
China
million.
doesn't care about their own people.
No. Do you know in China, they do something called oil dippers? So they've run out of so much stuff like cooking oil that they take the oils that run off of your body taking a shower and the oils that you dump down the sink, and they dip them out of the gutter, the sewer. They pull the manhole covers off, and these people take big ladles like about a foot around, and they dip the ladles because oil floats to the top of the water, and they pull that off. Let me see if I can find it. Chinese oil dippers, sewage dippers. Gutter oil. Here you go. Let's watch this real quick. It's 2 minutes. Making of gutter oil.
Yeah, they serve that in restaurants.
Yes, yeah, and they sell it. They put it and they bottle it and give it back to people. So look at this.
It's all in a day's work for this woman. She opens up a manhole cover and scoops out as much slop as she can, delighted by what she finds.
So
what
she's
others
getting
might
fat.
view as revolting, she sees as a bonanza. She works in the streets of the southern Chinese city of Shenzhen.
Shenzhen. That's like one of the most rich.
China's so-called gutter oil industry. After more than 10 years in the business, she says she's made enough money to build a house for her family back in her home village 1,000 miles to the north.
So and then
her
now
slop
they
eventually
heat it.
winds up in a processing plant like this one,
They
where
get the
it's combined
clothes
with
and
other
shit out.
animal fat refuse to create recycled cooking oil. Workers put the oil in barrels for delivery to restaurants and hotels.
How can you eat this? If you eat it, it can kill you.
Cooking oil has long been a cherished commodity in China.
So they're trying to be communist and they're trying to give everybody everything that the government can, but you can't do that. You can't.
That can't be healthy.
It's not. They actually add the chemical that's in Pepto-Bismol. They add that to bulk food because people get diarrhea from this, from all of the wackadoodle shit that's in it, and they think that a very bad diarrhea killed off a whole lot of Chinese, and so in order to slow down them from dying, they add so now you go to a restaurant when they make a big ass wok like that for like 50 people, they give them ampules, which are glass vials that you break open and they just dump it in there, and it's an anti-diarrheal because so many people were dying from diarrhea, and we're talking about hundreds of millions of people, maybe a billion. So that's abs. Let's watch this a minute more.
Where stir-frying in a wok is the mainstay of daily meal preparation.
HTTPS YouTube NYFILNROSI2 arcase DEDAC 7W.
Have proven irresistible.
This one is crazy too.
Chinese experts estimate that 1/10 of China's cooking oil is gutter oil,
a tenth,
which has been found to contain
10%.
carcinogens and other toxins harmful to humans. Most of it winds up in hole-in-the-wall restaurants and among street food vendors. Illegal production sites are often discovered after people living nearby notice a nauseating stench and alert the authorities. Police have arrested scores of people across the country in recent years for engaging in the trade and seized thousands of tons of the material.
They don't know what they're doing.
The Chinese government
I wouldn't
enacted a
want to
tough
live there.
No.
A big thank you to BetterHelp for sponsoring this video. Have you ever felt like the weight of the world was crushing you down? Like every step forward was a struggle and every thought was a battle. Many people face the same challenges you're facing right now, including me. But here's the thing, you don't have to fight back alone. There's a place where you can find solace and share your burdens without the fear of judgment. That place is therapy. Today we're diving deep into the world of mental wellness with our sponsor, BetterHelp. They're not just another online therapy platform. They're like a beacon of hope in a storm. BetterHelp brings together a team of licensed therapists committed to accompanying you free from negative cycles. Just go to BetterHelp.com. The Philippines was the first country I ever went to in search of bizarre foods.
I really hope this chicken didn't have Crohn's disease.
From the beginning, trolling commenters egged me on, goading me into trying their country's most taboo food. It's called pagpag. Fast food that's been discarded, collected from the garbage, then recooked and resold on the streets.
You don't know how long it's been there, so it could have been mixed with dangerous chemicals. It could have been exposed, contaminated with different bacteria.
Now, 8 years after stepping foot in the Philippines, I'm finally up for the challenge.
What are you doing to transform this food? How do you wash it? Just with water?
Today, I'm on a mission to understand how pagpag production works and why, in spite of all the dangers, this dark trend still continues.
Do you ever see food that you don't keep? Is there ever food in such bad condition that you just keep it in the trash?
It all starts with the Philippines' most beloved fast food chain.
Right behind me, Jollibee, a Filipino fast food restaurant, a chain, a franchise that has spread all around the world. It is the pride of this country. For many Filipinos, coming here is like a special occasion. They've got spaghetti, they've got burgers, but they are most famous for their fried chicken.
Oh, you got me so good. It's a world you're likely familiar with. The local fast food spot. Head in to grab a quick bite, place an order, sink your teeth into your favorite guilty pleasure, and discard the rest. You got me good. What little did you know, in a parallel reality, the first link of a new food chain has just begun.
Some people in the Philippines have taken drastic measures in order to sell and consume pagpag, the recycled, thrown away, discarded food that comes from this restaurant.
If you're in Manila, there's a good chance that in this garbage can, the leftover bits of uneaten fried chicken will soon reappear as someone else's meal. But how does this underground food chain work?
Welcome to the Pepper's Mobile. This is going to be my main mode of transportation while we are here in the Philippines. Right now, we are headed from Jollibee to a place called Happy Land.
In the chaotic sprawl of Manila, a city home to 15 million souls, you'll discover the full spectrum of existence. Look up, and that's hope. Skyscrapers pulsing with energy and ambition, offering a whirlwind of possibility.
When you see kids in these countries that still have birth defects and stuff like that, and they say it's from climate change, or they say
no,
it's
I
from
can't do this. I'll see you later, guys.
Yeah, no, all right, throw away. Yeah, I'm done. I can't watch it anymore either. Yeah, but yeah, it's the birth defects and stuff like that. This is the stuff that causes it. It's trash is supposed to be trash. All of the wackadoodle stuff that it's mixed with and things like that. This is what causes those birth defects with the children born with multiple arms and stuff like that. Every country on earth was able to get COVID vaccines. That means they were able to get vitamins. They were able to get other shit. It's what they're eating. It's what we eat that's the problem. Our nutrition is the biggest thing.
The guy proceeds to eat it and tries to sell this pagpag in the end.
I'm not watching it. I can't watch it. I'll have freaking nightmares. But the thing is, you get these. So let me see. What type of form of government is Philippines? Okay, so they got a bunch, it looks like. So they're a representative government. Okay, so they've only been a country since 1987 in this form. And what was the Philippines' form of government before 1987? That's in 1986, and it was a revolutionary government. So they were probably so they were Unitarians. Anyway, my point being, so you've got.
I heard some people can't afford toilet paper, so they use leaves instead.
Do you know most people don't use toilet paper? Most people don't use toilets like we use in America. They use what's called squat toilets. So their butt goes down by their ankles, And because that spreads your butt cheeks and pushes your poop hole out, you don't need to wipe. We need to wipe because we use sit toilets, not squat toilets. So most people don't use it. And back in the day, people used to share ass sponges. Roman communal toilet paper sponges. Like xylospongium. So these are them. And here's the toilets. Like 10, 12 people would sit around and poop together. And then in the middle of the room, you had a bucket of salt water that had a sponge on a stick. This is called the Roman toilet sponge. That's how you wiped your butt. Then you wiped, because you wiped your butt. Exactly. Listen, don't listen to any of the other bullshit. It's the way people are treated.
No wonder why people didn't live very long.
It's why people are treated where places have low birth rates and low how long someone lives is the life expectancy. So people live short lives because this stuff like this. We've known it forever. It's parasites. You get parasites here, and when you wipe your butthole with a sponge stick, and then and then you pass it to your buddy, and then they use it. Any parasites you have are any eggs that are on there are going to your buddy's butthole. And so, like, this stuff is wackadoodle. And then there's things like, so this is an interesting thing. The anti-parasitics, like pumpkin seed, garlic, oregano. So they make, in a lot of countries like America, they make flavorings, artificial flavorings. And there's a theory that the reason they do this is so you don't take the actual stuff. You don't take the actual garlic. You don't take the actual oregano oil, because that would clear you of
I can't
parasites.
believe so many people complain about our country even though it's not that bad at all.
We live on the best country on earth. There's a reason that no other country has an immigration problem like we have. People want to be here. And people, when they get here, it's such a great place that they feel that they can turn our country into the country they fled. So it's absolutely crazy that people are like, oh, I wanted to flee communist China, or I wanted to flee this or that. And then they're starting little this or that. You know, it doesn't make any sense. It meant that they didn't leave there for persecution. They came to America for a better life, and they still want to practice their religion. That led to the bullshit. You had a night shift? Oh, you got a night shift. Okay.
I work at a hospital and I got a night shift today.
Oh,
By the way,
you just picked one up, or you got to go? I'm confused. So okay, so squat toilets. Squat toilets. Okay, so these are squat toilets. They're in the floor. Let me pull one up here. And look, here's it even tells you how to use it.
No, I've been at the desk.
Oh, okay. So this is a squat toilet. See, it's not a seat. So your feet go on the sides, and you squat down till your butt cheeks touch your ankles, basically, and then you poop. So you don't. There is toilet paper there, but that's usually for women to wipe their vaginas, their pee holes. So yeah, and these are cheaper ones, and these are cheaper ones, and then you have nicer ones. But these are meant to squat and use. And if you look in a lot of these areas, there's no toilet paper. You can't see what I'm looking at. There's no toilet paper because they don't use it. You squat to poop, so the poop's not touching your butt cheeks and stuff like that. So this is the kind of stuff that's invented in communist areas so they can save toilet paper. So, not just toilet paper, but trees.
Alicia, since you're here, you must be smart and you're very beautiful. Do you have Instagram?
Do you have Instagram? I'm waiting to hear I'm married. Okay, so this guy here, he's showing you how they use it. So, and this is a squat toilet adapter to go over top of a normal toilet. Here's a hybrid toilet. I mean, but if your feet slipped, you'd break your ankle. Thai squat toilets. Uh-oh. I'm not
I'm not
smart.
smart, lol, but yet I got a boyfriend.
I got a boyfriend. Hey, at least he shot. Okay, so here you go. Here, so you see here, this has a bidet. So here, then again, instead of toilet paper, you just rinse your butthole off, right? So there's and then there might be a towel or a toilet paper to dry yourself, and sometimes there's an air hose. So after you rinse your butthole off, you blow it dry. You blow the fart around. But yeah, this stuff is absolute, and that's sanitary napkin basket for women. Look at this, and so that because this is at floor level, when they mop these areas, they use the toilet to wring their mop buckets, to wring their mops heads. So you're mopping the floor and you squeegee it into the toilet. So this is very dirty. Like this is some crazy shit, right? But this is the way people live. And then the toilets that we have, are much more sanitary. It takes, every time we use it, we flush it. That takes all the wackadoo away with it. But the reason for these toilets is there's a tray. You poop on the tray. You can look at your poop to see if you have any parasites or blood or anything, and then you flush. So you poop, you stand up, you look at your poop, you see if you're healthy, and then you flush. So these are the things that made people live longer. Back in the day, in the Roman ones, you didn't see it. Your poop dropped 6 feet into a pit. So,
When I visited Japan, all the older stores had those bathrooms. A really old lady at the liquor store I went into stopped me from going in and told me to go to a 7-Eleven instead. She said, "You want tea? Enjoy."
You want to, yeah, you probably wouldn't enjoy. But look at this. Look at this crazy shit. A bunch of people sitting around pooping together. How they wipe their butts. And this is how they flushed. There was a little gap under the poop throne. So you just dumped a bucket of water down, and a vase of water, and then that swooshed your poop away. But here's remnants of them. But yeah, this stuff was absolutely amazing. You shared communal. Let me get this out of the way real quick. Do you remember the poop scene in the Indian movie?
Do you remember the poop scene in that Indian movie Slumdog Millionaire?
Poop scene, Slumdog Millionaire. Ah, dude, I never saw the movie. But you know that happens. That's an Indian tradition. Indian poop throwing tradition. Yeah, here you go. So this isn't a scene. This is what they do. The end of Diwali, the end of the Festival of Lights, and yeah, all these people are covered with poop. They rub it in each other's hair and stuff. And this is the thing. This is different cultures. And there's an American right there in a biohazard suit with goggles on. So think about all of the parasites that get passed around just in this. You're getting it in your mouth. You're getting it in your eyes. You're getting it in your hair and ears. Cow poo battle. YouTuber goes to Indian poop throwing festival in India. So like, yeah, this stuff is absolute. And look,
this
look
one.
Yeah.
HTTPS YouTube BPXXUEXJG7 FE SIOCW Cubo SM3 AXA RJ.
I probably can't play the whole thing. Oh, he's looking down the toilet. Oh. 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 Are they saying that's how it started? The one kid covered himself with poop as a good idea to get into the front of the line, and then another kid saw how he did it, so they're like, hey, let's start a poop throwing festival. That's crazy. All right, everyone. Thank you. Thank y'all. Thank you. Thank you. Bet ya. Thank you, Alicia. Enjoy the rest of your freaking day there at work. I'm off like a prom dress. 2:15 in the morning. Yes, thank you. I'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll do it again.
Thank you. You too.
I keep forgetting things on. All right, love you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you. Bye-bye.